Puso. My mom bakes cakes. What up? Martin. Mr. Malort. Fred Bailey. Let's do it.
Are we resorting to comedy hour now? Obviously, Gravity, La La Land is reserved for special people that double speak, that say open is closed, closed is open. La La Land, we are in La La Land. Gravity, obviously. La La Land, La La Land, La La Land, we are in La La Land. Gravity, obviously.
Are you ready? Call your mama, call your papa, call your friends. The festivities are about to begin. Boom!
Boom. Okay, let's do it. Give me 1 second. I need to listen to the stream. See what's going on. It's gonna sound strange for you for a second, but Damn, that's too loud, the music. I didn't want the music that loud. Let's do it. Hold on, I'm working on it. Yeah, I gotta lower the volume of this music. It's just too loud, overwhelmingly loud. Damn. How can I? Oh, well, maybe here, yeah. Hold on, I'm on it. Volume. Maybe let me try that. Let me see. Let me hear. Just give me a few seconds. I have to re-listen to this. Alright, that's good. That's good. Very faint background music. Try that. Very faint background music in the background. Okay, we good now. Does it sound strange? Strange as background noise? Strange as you know what? I'm gonna put it like this. If it's really overwhelming, everybody please let me know. Let me know if we need to lower down the volume of that music or something. Let's begin the festivities. And the audio, the microphone. My microphone. I just click one. I just check mark something, an audio option, the noise cancellation or the noise suppression or some shit like that. And let me know if you can hear music at all. Very faint music. All right, we are in MoonDay. MoonDay live on the YouTube universe. And I'm happy to be here, guys. Thank you very much for being here. YouTube land. Shout out to everybody. RT96, Kuso, My Mom Bakes Cakes, Martin, Fred Bailey, Mr. Malord, John Hansen in the house. Also, Zebulon 181, Thurs B. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Elevator music taking flirts straight to her. Straight to earth. Squeaky Earth. Shout out to Squeaky Earth. Let's squeak it. The squeaky squeak it. I hope you can hear that. Can you hear that? It still works. And it's all frogs. What the fuck is showing a heart in here? What the fuck? That's so gay. Come on. Heart. I want to show a rocket. Rocket is what's up right there. There you go. Let me show the logo. The logo is the triggering. There you go. Little tiny NASA logo. Boom. Citizen 9. I see you. Charlie Welsh. Glober Mom in the house. Everybody in between. The globe broke. Look, it broke the base. So now I have like a little manual globy. Little globe thing. Sound doesn't squeak, but it's got a rumbling noise. Let's see it. The stream looks okay. I mean, I know you got my ugly face over here and stuff, but does it look good? It looks clean. Is it skipping? Is it lagging? Is it all shitty? Or if it looks and sounds okay, please let me know. Hit the thumbs up, guys. There's 20 of you watching and only 5 likes. I encourage everybody to hit the thumbs up if you're watching this right now, live or recorded. If you are in the Florida area and it's 11:39 in the morning and Monday, September 19 of 2022, you are watching this live. And if I shouted out your name, like look at the chat box, and if Zebulon 181 just typed, "It's all good," you're watching this live. If not, then you're watching this recorded. Some people actually don't know. They're like, what's going on? Is this live? Is this recorded? Blah, 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 blah. Losing their shit. Like some kind of a big mystery of the universe. There's a PayPal link pinned in above the YouTube chat box. If not, refresh the page and you will find a pinned link with a PayPal address, and you can click there and support the channel, keep the channel stay alive. I will really appreciate anybody's help via PayPal or Super Chat. Super Chat feature is available. We need 20 likes with 25 people watching, so hit the thumbs up now. Share the show. The time might be hold on, let me tell you the time by the phone. I said the wrong time. If the time is 11:36 in the morning, about to be 11:37, yes, you're watching this live. Shout out to C4. C4 is in Florida. He said, like, what's going on? You got it all wrong, Jose. Woo! I'm about to open the Discord voice chat, Sir Delibo. But first, I'm gonna have a smoke with you here. Cheap cigarette, not the good stuff. There was a hurricane that went to Puerto Rico. You know what? And everybody's worried. I appreciate everybody's worrying, checking out on me, on my family, and seeing if everybody's all right. Everybody's all right. I didn't hear any bad news coming from over there, from my family. So I guess they are all okay. I call this a baby hurricane. Baby hurricane is those who will not affect my close ones, my really close ones. So everybody, a lot of people went through hell because there was a lot of flooding in Puerto Rico, a lot of water. It was a slow hurricane, but if the wind didn't cause too much. Yes, the wind always mess up. The wind always mess up trees and weak construction, you know, little houses and sheds and stuff like that. So it got wrecked a little bit, but not as it wasn't a Maria hurricane or a Hurricane Georges. It was none like that. Maria just set the bar so high, you know, that anything after that, this one was all right. It was bearable. I mean, every once in a while in Florida, C4 knows, and Sean Smith and those living in Florida, every once on some of these afternoons, we get boom blasted with this bad weather, like 50 miles, 60 miles per hour winds, so gusts and shit like that, and a lot of water rain. But everything's good, you know, everything's fine. So I appreciate you guys checking up on me. I'm gonna check on. I'm gonna open my Facebook, share the screen, because there's a lot of people shared. A lot of people shared. Wait, why do I have this? Hold on. I gotta pause this. I gotta share this. What the fuck is going on here? Whoa, this is crazy. Hey, I got a warning for you, for every single one of you. Warning. If you are allergic to Nathan Thompson, please look away. Please look away now if you are allergic to Nathan Thompson, because I had a page saved. I had a little page saved on YouTube because I found something interesting and I would like to share that with you. So let's see what we got going on over here. I'm gonna share the screen with you guys. Oh no, here we go. I gotta mute the music. So I gave you the warning. It is a 1 minute clip. I need to maximize this. Find this. This is strange. There you go. Okay. I need to mute my music, and I need to pump this volume up. We're gonna play this. Let's see what Nathan Thompson had to say over here. Is he gonna cry? Aw. Here we go.
Some random guy just calls me and he goes, "Hey Nate, I got your number from one of your videos and I just want to let you know that I'm a longtime fan and I watch all your videos and all your streams and when you go on other people's channels and debate them." And he said, "I just want to thank you for all the years of making me laugh. Going through some things and I hope you're getting all the help you need." And then he just said goodbye, which is weird because most people who get my number off the internet try to talk to me for a half hour minimum. I had an 11-year-old kid call me the other day and he goes, "I got your number off your video and I'm a flat earther, but I told my dad that I don't think it's a globe because I didn't want him to start yelling at me." Oh man, dude. You guys are great, dude. You guys are great. I had 2 people really help me with the van. I'm not even embarrassed to say it, I don't have a lot of money. But I love you guys. I'll see you all in Dallas, dude. Peace.
Oh, what a bunch of bullshit. That was Nathan Thompson right there for you guys. What you are seeing on screen is a rainbow I caught a few days ago in front of my place right here. Nice, right? Hell yeah. Very nice. Let me find a few pictures to share of the system that went through Puerto Rico yesterday and is just exiting today. This is some damages I found. There's a page over here, a bunch of pictures of damages. I'm just gonna randomly check on some of those. Oh, really? No full screen for this? This is some bullshit. All right. Can I get this bigger? What's going on? Oh no. Oh well. Some of the pictures of the things from yesterday's hurricane. Couple trees down. Little bit of destruction. There always is, when nature hits. When nature hits, it's crazy. Look at that, the flooding. Yeah, the flooding was crazy. That was ridiculous. But as far as I know, any fatalities were announced, so I think everybody is all right. I saw a bunch of pictures. Let me see. I saw a couple video clips. Video clips were hot going on yesterday. One of my cousins. This is. Let me see who this is. Javier. Like a little river in my hometown. Let's see the sound.
Ven acá, estamos celebrando el aniversario de María, ¿verdad? María sí, para el cumpleaños.
They were a few days away of celebrating the anniversary of Hurricane Maria. They were just a few days away of celebrating that. And that happened. One of my cousins behind his house, he recorded a video clip. This is in it, but still, this is also from my hometown. It's a lot of videos. So that was the street. Look at the streets. How much water, man. The houses. So I think that none of my brothers and sisters over here, or my uncles and aunts, I don't think they live in a flooding area. So I don't think this will affect them. Higher place. But that's crazy, right? Water. Lots of water. All right. Oh, I messed up. Shh. Okay. Let me see what else. Animal rescue. Look, rescuing animals, bro, in Monabo. That's crazy. No, I like it better like this. Bigger screen. Is there a plane? Is it playing? That's some bullshit. Don't want to play when it's not. Don't want to play. Damn! Look at this. Look at this person. He's fucked up. Look at him driving in the road, driving around. The car is like almost underwater. What's going on with the video play? It doesn't want to play. What did I do? Shit. That's a good one. Look at that. Damn. That's so fucked up. Let me see one more little clip. Let me see what I find, and then I'll share that. Yeah, scrolling down, scrolling down. Scrolling down. Who else is here? In the last one, look at this. And then Jauko. Jauko is fucked up, man. Underwater almost. Look at that. Damn. Oh, that's what I have to do. Yeah, that's all these little roads and side roads and stuff. From above is where you can see, you know, there's a hole, a dip in here, and they're filled with water. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was Jauko. I wonder what this is. Is this a track, like a track for field days, like running around, a track or something? Probably is. Jauko is on the water. All right, that's it. Let me open the. I found what's on the end of the rainbow. There you go. That's what we got at the end of the rainbow. I'm gonna on private the channel, the Discord channel, but if anybody come in, I expect anybody to try to run others away, to tell them go away, shut up, mute yourself, leave, go get me this now, or don't talk anymore. I don't expect anybody to mute other characters. Now I expect those characters, if you don't want to be muted, you must take turns to talk. You must not come in to preach, monologue, take over. You are here to participate in an open discussion with lots of people. So be self-aware. If you're talking 30 minutes, shit. If you're talking 30 seconds, a minute, it's okay. But there's going to be a time that you must shut the fuck up. And when the other person is talking, if you feel like the other person is misrepresenting you, is saying something that you didn't say, is building a straw man, is just saying something so wrong that you need to interrupt and you need to stop him right there for you to talk, well, you're not going to do that. It's not going to happen. You're going to wait your turn. You're going to talk. You're going to shut the fuck up and let the other participants talk. Okay? Okay, that goes for every single person in here. Whoever decides to join, if anybody want to join. Now, they say, Jose, that's some bullshit. I ain't doing that. So the boom is open. Come on now. All right, let's get some music on. That's a little too loud. Oh, I got the hiccups. Damn it. I need me a drink. So join join the voice chat and say something because I'm gonna go grab me an energy drink. I'm a little bit down, so I need to boost myself up, and away. Be right back.
Yeah, hello, hello. I love Jose's belief in humanity, you know, that he tells people you're going to do this and do that and be civil. And he believes that it's going to work. He's such a nice guy.
Hello, I'm new. Are you new? Shout out to JP Jr., Zeb Tepi, Bigus Dugus. Let me port this so I can scroll up.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Hey, what's up, man? Were you muted and you talking?
No, I wasn't muted. I was typing in the YouTube chat.
All right. Good times, man.
Yeah, in order for me to go between the screens, I've got to click on the screen. Otherwise, it starts putting characters everywhere, you know, in the chat, you know.
I get
I was just saying, Jose, you're such a believer in human nature to say that, you know, if you tell people to do something, you believe they're going to do it, you know. Oh, it's such a belief in human nature, man, you know.
it's by experience. I say it because of experience, man. So much times that happened. Devil's Tab, okay, hello to you. I got a few more people. Let me see if anybody newer came in. Dan the Waterman, I see you. Citizen 9. And I think I got everybody else. I see Gary Webenga showed up. M Stone, I see you too. The Illuminati. Woo woo. All right. Mucha lluvia, yeah, a lot of rain. There's over there in Puerto Rico, but not. I mean, a little bit of damage, yes, with the winds and all this stuff, but the rain was a killer in that. Whatever, there was a hurricane that's just went by Puerto Rico. That's the killer one, yeah. Landslides, there was some of those, yeah. The big landslide that was in Puerto Rico was about 30 years ago, 35 years ago in Mameyes, over there in Ponce, and I saw that. Was Mameyes in Ponce? Yeah, I think so. Mameyes in Ponce. All right, we have Komar and the drink of Kool-Aid. Welcome to Earth, gentlemen.
Glad to be here, Jose. Thank you for the invite.
Very good, very good. Thank you very much for being here. Everybody's welcome to join us in the Daily Boom Discord server. It is open. If you are new, you never joined the server before, a notification will show up and you'll be given roles where you can post and talk in the voice chat. So please come on over and speak your piece. Tell us what's on your mind. What's on your mind, man? What's on your mind, Kool-Aid?
You were talking about that storm. One of the offshoots over the weekend capsized a brand new Red Bull boat. Actually flipped it upside down and almost drowned a couple of the crew. It was pretty scary.
Ouch. Over there in the island in Puerto Rico?
I don't know where they. It was somewhere there. It wasn't actually in Puerto Rico, but nearby.
Nearby, yeah. Yeah, big losses sometimes with some big toys and gadgets like boats or mansions, houses and stuff. They get hit damages because if it's a very expensive architectural structure, bro, and a window get busted, or I don't know, a chunk of tree just hit the side of the house and make a dent and take a chunk out, that's big money, big expenses.
Yeah, what's bothering me is after the last hurricane went through, and the amount of infrastructure that needed to be repaired, and with the electricity infrastructure, they're still just connected it all up across the whole country rather than dividing up into sectors. So if one goes out, it doesn't affect the whole island. And I think maybe you've hired the wrong people to repair the infrastructure.
Yeah. And when it's like normal like this one that went by, it's gonna be easy to fix, an easy fix with just the people in Puerto Rico. They don't need no external help, at least to help, like let's say electricity, power go down, a few poles and I don't know, a whole road. Let's say 20 poles fall down and the cables go down, everything got shut down. It's not a big fix. They can do it, but when Maria was like everything. Like hundreds of square miles and thousands of poles went down and everything. That was hot, that was too much for them to take it.
Yeah, but I heard that most of the damage to the electrical infrastructure was on the north side of the island, and basically the south side of the island wasn't damaged at all, and yet they lost the electricity because it's all interconnected. That you don't have enough individual small stations to separate it out so that only part of the grid goes down. That's maybe something that they could look at to individually separate different parts of the island out so that if one gets damaged, it doesn't take the whole island out.
Do you live in a realm? Drink of Kool-Aid. Do you live in a realm? Define realm.
The realm I live in, it has a lot of Dungeons and Dragons and sailboats.
Woohoo! Can you define the word realm?
Doesn't that have to do with the nobility who rules it? Isn't there that's about the best I got for you, though.
I can define it as making shit up, like make your own war in your mind.
There you go. That works.
I mean, you don't have to do it in your mind. You can witness others' realms, but that only can be done like by either movies and TV or video games and stuff. But you can create your own realm in your mind too.
Yeah, I mean, a realm could be like a dimension or a world, planet, or it could be a country ruled by some royalty or something. But there's a lot of different connotations to realm. It's not just got one sort of expressive meaning.
Isn't the peers of the realm a shorthand for all the nobles in a country?
Yeah, it's often referred to in Britain as your peers of the realm, and the realm is perhaps England. But when you go to the British Isles and stuff, that's called a kingdom or a group of kingdoms. And then when you stretch out to like the empire, that's an empire, so it's not just a realm. But yeah, a realm can be a country ruled by a royal family, for instance. But it can also be a dimension or a world, yeah. Like a world as in the world of, say, Pitch Black, the sort of description of that kind of storyline and the background to it and stuff can also be a realm,
A Nightmare on Realm Street. I like that, JP. And because Doug's mom used to read women's realms Why do I keep checking on the watch page and checking on the closed captions? I don't know. It distracts me. Should stop doing it.
Speaking of the watch page, there's sure not enough thumbs up on that one, right, Jose?
There's no, bro. It's weak. Tell him how we should be looking now.
Right. It should be at least twice as many thumbs up as people watching. We know you all have sock accounts. Get in there.
I like that. And Ters is giving everybody a message that if Ters can support the show with $5.45 to thanks me for the shows, appreciate that, Ters. If he can support, everybody can support with a $5 or $10, help a brother out. I don't, I'm not scamming you. I'm just providing you a place for entertainment. And if you enjoy it somehow, give me a 5 or a 10. It's gonna go to pay the internet and the electric bills, pretty much. So this is about what I do with the money, So shout out to Ters. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, I know that it's important to help you out, mate, and help you keep your internet and your electricity going, or the shows will go away, man. And what we're going to do for a couple hours each day,
Yeah, expect to keep doing it, and whatever changes, places, schedules, works, anything, it's gonna be always an hour or two to spare and hang out where we're here. So the show will still go on, whatever time, whatever days.
Yeah, I'm pretty sober today, but I think I've asked you before when I've been drunk. Have you never thought of starting that Patreon? Because people can join your Patreon for just $1. You know what I mean? Yeah, $1 a month.
Yeah. I'll think about it. I might one day. What is peer review? Peer review. Like PEAR.
Yeah, it's when a lot of people that do the same thing as you look over the work you've done and assess whether it's legit or not. Yeah. It's like when you go to court and get, say you're being charged with an offence and you decide to go to a trial by jury. The jury is members of your peers, you know what I mean? They're people just like you. So you're being assessed by people just like you, yeah?
On screen, we're watching a beautiful rainbow shared by Glover Mom. Her brother took that picture and you can see land behind it. Welcome to Flat Earth with this rainbow picture. Shout out to Glover Mom. And I thought I had a pretty rainbow. Ha! What a joke, this one. Look at this, it's a rainbow. Oh. Have anybody eaten a peer review? A peer review? Drink a Kool-Aid. Yeah, I saw you. Have you eaten peer reviews?
I can't say I've eaten. I've submitted a couple papers for peer review, and that was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. Peer review processes.
You really did?
Yeah.
In what? Biology. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
How did you find out? How did you find out? Give us like a rough structure of the steps that must be taken to submit a peer review paper, man. And take your time. Does anybody interrupt? Drink a Kool-Aid. Floor is yours, man.
So we originally we did some testing with a cyanobacteria we had found, and the possible effects that it would have on living tissue. So we grew a bunch of bacterium and then we fed it to our lab animals and watched their progress through the stages of Alzheimer's and a few other debilitating diseases that lab rats are well known for getting. We were then able to convincingly conclude that there was a connection between this bacteria and the accelerated onset of sorry, can't talk right now. The accelerated onset of Alzheimer's. We then wrote up the paper and submitted it. While we were waiting for it to be peer reviewed, we had meetings in the state or in the local Senate, and then we got moved up to the state Senate where they were able to deal with it. I got through the state senatorial hearings on it before I received my corrections back. After we got the corrections back, it probably took me another 3 or 4 months of working on it and correcting a few of the minor mistakes I had made in order to get it set back again. We were very lucky, and we actually got it accepted after the second corrections. Most people take around 6 to 8 rounds of corrections before they can get it past peer review process. In that time, we did go to the National Senate where our case was heard. And unfortunately, because of the political will that was required and the money that was behind it, the National Senate refused to take our case and refused to actually give us a fair hearing. And it sort of withered and died on the line. So that bacterium, which is known to cause Alzheimer's, is still in a few states drinking water because there's not enough money to fix it.
Can I just ask you something? You say that this organism can cause Alzheimer's, but there is other causes for Alzheimer's. It's not just this bacterium. It's maybe possible of this bacterium being some of the causes for some people's Alzheimer's, but not all cases. Is that right?
Right. It's definitely not the cause of it, but it appears to accelerate its symptoms. And if it's there, you get more severe symptoms more quickly, and then when it's not there, the symptoms are a little more lethargic, and you can live with it for much longer periods before.
So if you were treated for this bacteria, it could help you.
Let's try to not dig into the details of that. I actually interested in knowing the actual process of the peer review. When very difficult to write the paper, write the paper with all the details. When you are in college or whatever, for whatever career you're on in biology, are there courses on how to write peer review papers, or do you just learn that in the process? And the first time that you say, all right, I'm going to review a paper, I'm going to write it, do you tell people that you're working on it? And does your organization or company help you to submit the paper? How do you, like, the first process? Tell us about the actual process.
So mine was a little bit different because I was a student and it was part of a student project. So for me, we wrote up the papers for class, and then it started getting a little bit of traction in the local media. So we had to rewrite it and make it more formal and put in a lot more results. Then it was submitted by the university. And to be honest, I don't know where they submitted it. The professor came and told me, hey, we submitted it. And then it was months later before we heard anything.
But you guys knew about what peer review was and what the importance was? How did you found this out about the peer review process type of thing?
I didn't know it was actually being submitted for actual peer review. I thought we were just doing the legal and political aspects of it. I don't think that's normal. I think normally but because I was a student and all my work actually belonged to the university, I was in a very different situation. So sorry, I don't have good insights on that one.
No, that's all right. That's good. That's fair, because it's the different people, different testimonies. I think Blue Bar, Big Blue, he have submitted peer review papers, and I think Bob the Science Guy also, and a bunch of people that talk to us in here, and the process on how they get from the writing the paper until it's submitted and either accepted or whatever is slightly different. And I appreciate your feedback. You know that it was a different path for you to get there.
Yeah, we were more worried about personally, I was more worried about the abstract because I figured that's what the politicians would actually read. They're not going to dig into the white paper and look at the actual numbers and results. They just want the quick down and dirty.
Yeah, a quick summary, a dumbed down summarized version. It's like
Exactly.
I say, if you got a paper, something that sounds or look very complicated, you should be able to explain it in a few sentences, in a compacted way, in layman's term. And now, if anybody want to dig into it and get into the details, okay, but you should be able to explain, the base of your paper,
The test that actually started it is really common. I believe every Micro 101 class does it. You go around your school or your community and you test the water out of the drinking fountains, and that's how we were able to we collected the water and then we did a medium growth on it to accelerate the bacteria so we could see them and figure out what was in there, and that's where we discovered it.
Nice.
Makes me really worried why no other class before us discovered it, because that bacteria had been in the water for at least 15 years.
And you saw it from a mile away. You say, I'm going to analyze this shit.
Well, my growth medium turned red because the cyanobacterium actually bloomed and it turned into red algae. So it was pretty obvious there was something going on there.
Good times, man. Appreciate it. Farmer's Boy, what's up, man? Any thoughts
Hi.
on the peer review on Drink of Kool-Aid? He has submitted some shit, eh?
Well, having just listened to what he's describing coming out of the taps, I'm glad that the water I'm drinking has been boiled. But peer review, no, I've never done anything that's involved anything like that. I tend to use other people's work. I don't come up with this stuff myself, I'm afraid.
And the universities are very involved with it, like the professors and the big shots on universities and colleges. That's why I have heard a lot of people say, well, write a paper and bring it to, submit it to peer review. How do I do that? Well, bring it to a university, to a college. And people just don't get it. But that's they have kind of a direct, they got them on speed dial pretty much, the big shots in the university. That's why people is told, write a paper and bring it to a university, Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think a lot of this stuff, is coming out of universities to begin with. It's coming from students, so they're in an ideal spot to be able to submit these things for peer review. They're in the perfect place for it already. They're there where people are teaching them, so they're the ideal people to actually peer review your material.
Yeah,
There's also there's a saying in academia, it's publish or perish. If the professors aren't being published, they're not going to have a job very long.
Yeah, I've heard that said before. Yeah, I don't move in those circles.
I think you said that your peer review process was different from normal because you're a student and you have to put your paper in. You were probably making this paper to pass your degree or whatever, and then it was up to, say, the head of your department to put it forward for peer review rather than yourself. Is that right?
Yes, I wasn't actually credited as the lead author. I was just credited as one of the assistants on the paper. So, it's not under my name or anything.
Whereas if you were, say, a guy with his own lab, doing your own work, you would probably access it through trying to publish in a well-known journal and then having it peer reviewed that way, I would think, yeah.
And I know when they do send it out when you present it to a journal like Nature or something, they will send it to the leading academia in the field. So, my paper was sent to a few other universities to look over. And they have a vested interest in not letting you publish, because if they can rip apart your work and then slightly change it, they can publish.
Let me throw a big shout out to Leal for a $5 super chat. Leal for $5. I'm going to quote appeal to authority, and the authority is Farmer's Boy. Hey, thank you very much, Leal. Farmer's Boy, big shout out to you, man.
You're too kind, Lyle. Thank you.
Now, there's average students and there's genius students. I mean, people that go to universities. Some students, they just, write papers, and for the end and to graduate and all the shit, they have to go through the process of writing a paper. Now, the teachers like, all right, yeah, you passed, but they're not impressed with the work. They've seen it before. And maybe if it's something new, they say like, yeah, that's cool, but it's like nothing going to change. Will not be something, it's not something breakthrough, groundbreaking. But then if the students come in with a maybe you think it's simple, but genius idea of something that somebody hasn't looked before, and the professor is like, fucking, hey, I'm impressed. I haven't seen it, presented this way or something. Then probably the professor, will give you all the kudos, like, shout out to you, big A+. But then he's going to bring the paper to somebody higher than him and say, you got to look at this. We didn't look into this detail. What do you think? And maybe that's the way it works. Students have to put all the effort and, seek for help in the actual university. Say, hey, what about this idea? Can you help me out, just with the format of writing this paper and the breakdown and shit? I don't know. I'm just rambling over here, but it makes sense, right? What do you think?
That's exactly what I saw. Also, when this paper started to take more and more time, I was also given the opportunity to do work study. So I made, I was working for the university for $7 an hour or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But that's the thing as well, when you're in university and you're doing a degree, you have to cite all the other people who you have read their documentation and used that with what you're doing. And so you have to cite all your sources and then tell them why you think what you've got adds to it. And then you have to go in front of your professors and explain that to them in a way that they can understand before they entertain that your paper is good,
All right, I got a question. I got a picture on screen. The last picture shared by Glover Mom. I have heard flat earthers and other people saying rainbows are just a reflection in the dome, a reflection from the dome. These are reflections from the dome. Depends how the sun give the angle and the sprinkling. That's not it. That's not a rainbow. But then when you see a rainbow from above, so that means this plane just went above the dome and they dropped these guys to parachute. So these guys are above the dome or not? Then, if not, then the rainbows are definitely not a reflection of the dome, because this is a rainbow, for those who didn't know.
How did they get above the dome?
How did they get above the dome so they can see the rainbow from a top-down view, bird's-eye view?
I thought the dome was separating our atmosphere from space. So how did they get above the dome?
Yeah.
So you can make a rainbow in your back garden with a hose, and it's right there in front of you. It's not in the sky, it's in your garden. How does that happen if it's a reflection from the dome?
No, it might be a stroma. I mean, I'm not a stroma, but maybe nobody have spoken that in years, but I have heard that. I personally, now that's my testimony. I can be making this shit up, but I don't think I'm alone. I think maybe others have heard this about the reflections of the dome, like the sundogs, rainbows is another example, so on and on.
It does ring a bell. I'm sure I have heard them say something that ridiculous before.
But yes, it is ridiculous, because you can just spray water from a hose in your back garden on a sunny day. And see a rainbow right there in front of you. That's the easy debunk,
but they still insist. They say no, but the big rainbows in the sky that is not created by the human with a hose, these are just created by nature. Those are the dome thing,
I've seen people create a rainbow indoors.
Right, and quite a specialty. It's after rain.
It's simply light going through water droplets and acting like a prism. You know what I mean? Separating the light into its colours. That's all that's happening.
Well, it's that, and you being at exactly the right angle to see that.
Well, yeah, it would have to be, but that's all that's happening is the light being split up by raindrops. Yeah.
Yeah, you're actually seeing a slice through a cone, and most of the time the rainbow is an arc because you can't see the rest of where that circle would be.
Yeah,
I mean, look at
exactly.
that on screen. Look at that on screen.
Yeah,
Very
circle,
low,
yeah.
low down and very solid color rainbow, man.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Very cool.
Although alien spaceship people are probably saying that's an invisible spaceship being shown up.
What you
Oh,
mean? As in
maybe.
a visible, invisible spaceship.
Maybe it is possible because of Rahu and Ketu, right? The dark bodies in the sky. Look at this other
Really?
rainbow. This is more semicircle, more almost half circle, right? This one looks really cool. I mean, as for completion, because this one is really nice. I think this one has got more of a like shape. It was gonna be like a double rainbow. Later on, there was a double rainbow. I just didn't take a picture of. Sean Smith with a big $5 super chat for $5. Sean Smith says, "Rainbows or prove the globe. Rainbows or prove the globe is a cult. Like and subscribe, people, or Jose will use the power of squeaky earth to compel you." Shout out to Sean Smith. Very well said and articulated. Thank you, sir.
What's the sign of the rainbow? What did God said? Was it after the flood?
He won't flood the earth and drown people anymore, he said.
Right. Okay. We're safe.
Well, you're safe unless you get caught in a flood and drown, and then God lied to you,
Yeah, but that's the work of the devil. That's not God.
So is this then? So rainbows the reflection of a like midway dome? Do we have a midway dome, or do we have layers on Earth that create different little reflections in different spots on flat Earth?
You can get a rainbow inside a house, you know what I mean? Use a big dark area and you spray water in there and shine a bright light through it. You can see a rainbow if you're at the right angle inside a building. So it's got nothing to do with domes or being outside or anything. It's just, light hits a medium that's thicker than air and gets split up into its colours. That's all it is.
Now look how big. I mean, this looks huge. Look, mountains, giant mountains, and looks huge. If you want to complete a full circle of this, it will be so much earth on it. But then when you look from above, look how tiny it is. I mean, it's big, but come on. Go ahead.
Jose, rainbow, close, mountain, far away.
Okay, okay. Rainbows are an effect of 3 R's. 3 R's. Refract, reflect, refract. They need a specific angle of incidence from the light source.
Yep.
Thank you, Kusa.
Yeah, I've been in the Scottish mountains and I've seen triple rainbows and things like that. It's just the angle and the light gets scattered. That's all it is.
That's why you can't get to the end of a rainbow.
We have been joined by a rainbow expert, the Cheap Professor. Whenever you're ready to tell us about rainbows, what you know about them, you're welcome to do so, man. Shout out to Cheap Professor. Taste the rainbow. I think one of the funniest things I heard is when Key and Peele, they're doing the gay wedding advisory sketch, and a guy asking like, so do we throw something other than rice? He said like, what are you gonna throw other than rice? He said, I don't know, couscous, Skittles. That was hilarious.
Skittles.
Because the Skittles, because he was a gay wedding. That's hilarious, man. I don't know.
Well, in the UK, we throw stuff called confetti. It's tiny wee circle dots of coloured paper, you know? Yeah, confetti.
Cheap bro. Where you at? Just listening?
Yo.
I like the background music, by the way.
Hey, Chip Professor, I heard that you were an expert in rainbows. Tell us about rainbows.
Sorry?
Tell us about rainbows. I heard you were an expert on rainbows.
Well, they appear. They look pretty, and then they disappear.
Wow, I knew.
Insightful.
Yes,
Oh,
I knew.
hello. That would be Mother calling.
Very nice, man. Very good information. You see, we learned a lot today about it. How's the music in the background? People on YouTube, give me a feedback. If it's too overwhelming or it's not too bad. Very faint, right? Not too loud. I hope.
Wait, what? The rainbow in front of the rocks?
What? Is there a rainbow in front? No. Nuh-uh. Whoa. Is that a portal to another realm? Might be. That's CGI. Is that real CGI?
Could be very real. Why not? A lot of water droplets in the area.
All right. Music audio sounds good. Love the music. Thank you guys. If you're watching my screen share, you should be able to hear it, but you got a volume so you can lower it on your end. It's up to you. I don't think it's too loud, so it's all right.
And one interesting thing is that stars. What's going on there? A rainbow at night?
Well, what's up with the rainbow right here, right?
The stars there
Oh.
in the sky.
Whoa, there's stars and a rainbow. I seen is there rainbows at nighttime? I don't know. I think I see them.
I just posted in a YouTube chat a picture of a rainbow in a garden made by a hose. If you want to grab that.
In the Daily Boom Uncensored, I don't see it, man.
No, it's in YouTube chat. It's in the YouTube
Put in
chat.
the Daily Boom Uncensored, please.
Okay, uncensored. Where do we get that? Oh, wait.
I don't know if I've seen. I don't think I've seen rainbows, but in the like dusk or dawn, like when it's almost dark outside, you know, it's getting darker. Beautiful
No,
rainbows.
I just wonder, how do they see stars? Is it the moon rainbow?
Oh,
Is it like a long exposure?
moonlight rainbows. People shoot them with long exposure. How about that? Garden hose, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
gonna
it.
play the video, but I'll show the image.
It's not a video, just show the image, yeah?
Okay, cool. There you go.
Jose, if you go to the garden
Yes, sir.
and you pee high enough, can you get a rainbow? That would be a rainbow by Garden Jose.
Whoa. Josebo and Josebo. It's like a gazebo, but with the Jose. I think if I go in the roof of my house and I pee at the right time, the right angle, yeah, we might get a rainbow. I need somebody to come over so they can record the event happening. So you guys stand like right under where I pee, you know. Is that good, Chief Professor?
Yeah, but there is one danger.
Tell
If
us.
you go to your roof and pee, it's totally plausible that a flat earther would run and drink from your.
Oh no, they might show up. What do you guys think about that? It's a good idea, right? Shout out to Chris Berry. I see over here.
This brought me a great idea for a merchant.
All right, if Chris Berry give me a super chat, whatever amount he gives me, it must be doubled by somebody else. And if somebody else doubled the amount of Chris Berry's super chat, then Chris Berry have to equal or double that amount of the second super chat, and that will be the ladder. That will be the steps that needs to be taken into account. So Chris Berry will start the super chat, and if you guys want Chris Berry to give me more money, then you give me double the amount of the Chris Berry super chat, and then Chris Berry must equal or up that amount of the super chat. Chris Berry, do you accept? If so, throw the first super chat. There you go. Whatever you can afford. Look at me making plans money with making plans with somebody else's money. Isn't that nice? Is Chris Berry angling for a free trip to the South Pole because he's talking about Antarctica, and I think he's trying to bait somebody to pay him the trip.
I reckon if he went to the South Pole and actually filmed it and then came back, he could make lots of money doing tours of, the flat Earth and showing them the ice wall and stuff like that. He would make his money back.
You know what? Okay, I'm gonna do the deal again. Chris Berry is gonna give me super chat money, right? And when Chris Berry give me money, then anybody else can give me more money and show Chris Berry that they can also do it. They say, if Chris Berry do it, I also can do it. I gotta go take a piss. When I come back, better be some super chats there. No, I'll be back in a minute, guys. Take the floor. I'm gonna be out for like 2 minutes.
How do we know that you and Chris Berry aren't in cahoots just to get money out of us? Yeah, but I mean, this picture that is up on the screen, the garden, what do you call it? It's just light going through water droplets, but we call it rainbows. I've seen kids, my nieces and nephews in the garden, and I've been playing with them, and we've had the hose out, and I've seen them dance through a rainbow. They've actually touched the rainbow, they've been dancing through it, and the water and stuff. So I know that it's exactly what I say it is, and it's not a magical sign for God or anything like that, or something for the dome, or it's just water being, sort of split apart by going through droplets of water, like it would through, in science class through a prism. But I think if you tried hard enough, you could probably get a rainbow in a glass of water in a science lab if you were to hit that glass of water with light at the right angle, and you could probably photograph a rainbow in a glass of water. I'm not sure, maybe, but I'm thinking, the physical properties of it are probably there. I'm not sure, but yeah, it would be an experiment for some, physics major, whatever, to do, I would think, A farmer's boy isn't listening. I was hoping he would listen and tell me that I'm wrong in some way, because he's into optics and stuff, isn't he? Because I'm not sure if you could see a rainbow in a glass of water, but I'm thinking that might possibly be a way of doing it. Everybody's been very quiet. There's nobody anything else to say about rainbows or giving money to Jose if we
All
do
right, I'm
get-
back. Boy, I came back and there's 55 people watching. Holy cow. That's
We're
great.
Yeah.
talking about rainbows here. What's going on?
Yeah, we're talking about rainbows. What's up, brother? Tell us about rainbows. Earth is life.
Well, I've seen many rainbows actually. When I was in Hawaii, I saw 2 or 3 of them a day. They're nice. Sometimes I'd be able to see 2 of them. A double
Nice.
rainbow.
Now, does it depend on the height that you are on from the surface that you see more of the rainbow, like more of a semicircle, than if you're very low, you're going to see just the top, or do you see the same unless you're above it or whatever, like super high? Like I'm sharing my screen. I'm sharing my screen, right? I got 2 over here. Look at this one, like very narrow or whatever, if you want to call it rainbow. And then we got this one that I took. This one first. This is Glover Momshire. You see, like kind of more of an open angle right here. But then if we look at this one I took in front of my house. You can see it on complete. I mean,
think it depends
does
on
it change really quick? I took this one with a wide angle camera. So
I
I
think
couldn't
it
catch it. I couldn't catch the whole thing with one snap. I had to put the wide angle so I can see the whole thing in one shot. Go ahead.
So I think it depends on probably the position of the sun, because it's always going to be opposite. The sun is like, whenever you're looking at a rainbow, the sun is always it's always going to be opposite the sun. And then maybe the height of the sun plays a factor, and then however much moisture is in the air, and what height the moisture is in the air, that'll probably play a part too, and where the rainbow is.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, Earth is Life, I've seen triple rainbows in Scotland in the mountains, but I was pretty high up on mountains, and there was different cloud layers dropping rain, over the distance. So they weren't all together, but I seen like 3 rainbows on at one time.
Have you heard anything related to the dome in relation to the rainbows? Earth is life.
I think a while ago, it was, I don't even know, a long time ago, someone was claiming rainbows therefore a dome.
But then we see these 2 guys parachuting above a rainbow.
Yeah.
And that kind of destroys that argument, right? Just that.
Sorry if I have a lot of background noise.
All right. So I say there must be layers on Earth that create different rainbows, and then there's the top layer, which is the dome. That the dome, the actual physical dome rainbows are not rainbows, are called sundogs. And these rainbows are just from mini domes, transparent, see-through domes.
Are these people parachuting?
I think so, yeah. I'm just making shit up as I go.
But these people are on a parachute or something, aren't they?
Yes. Shout out to Chunji. What's up, party people?
That's what it looks like.
Gary's here. I haven't asked Gary what you think about rainbows. And if there's any correlation with rainbows with the shape of the earth or the skies or anything.
Do rainbows have anything to do with ordinary everyday perspective, Gary?
Water at an angle. The rainbow was a promise from God not to destroy the earth with a flood again. And to me, I find it curious that it's dome-shaped because when the flood came, he broke the cisterns of the deep and he opened the windows of heaven, which I imagine were in the dome because there's waters above the firmament, according to the Bible. Find it interesting. Can't prove anything of that. Interesting though that the rainbow appears like a dome, as if the dome is closed and the waters aren't coming down.
You know,
Just
you know,
curious.
Gary, those stories were not made in places.
Okay, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. I
Thank
have
you
my
very
opinion,
much,
and that's all it is.
Gary. That I can't stop.
And that
finish a
escalated
sentence.
fast. That escalated fast. Shit.
Hey, calm
The
down.
fuck? Let me finish a sentence.
Ah,
Those
Shai, go ahead,
stories
man.
did not origin in places where there are floods. Origin in places where there's no rain. Yeah.
There was no rain before the flood.
No, there's still no
Also-
rain. There's still no rain.
There was no
There is
rain.
rain.
before the flood?
There was no rain before the flood. Everything was a mist.
So how did grass grow before the flood?
Mist,
There was no rain.
just like a terrarium.
Okay,
How did they grow
You're
food?
planting a terrarium without rain.
How did they grow food?
They had a mist. Everything was the way it was supposed to be, but we ruined it when we rebelled against the maker. Thought we were smarter than him.
but if that's the case, we would have been seeing rainbows everywhere, wouldn't we? A mist.
No water.
Oh, that was the first rainbow was after the flood. When the rain ceased and the sun came out again.
So before the flood, everything was just a desert, barren.
No. It was like a beautiful area, beautiful place. Everything was mist. It was watered by mist, just like a terrarium.
So, but it never ever rained.
No, you can, just like a terrarium, plants can grow in the terrarium without having to continually water it because the water just recycles, right? Just goes up in the mist.
But there's water present, right?
They just absorb the water from the bottom, from the underneath the ground where it was humid in the underneath.
But God's a liar because he didn't destroy the earth, did he? He flooded it apparently, but he didn't destroy it. The earth was still there. He created it, he flooded it, and it was still there. So he didn't say he's never going to destroy the earth again because he didn't destroy the earth. What he did say is he's not
He
going to
destroyed all
he's
day.
not going
He destroyed
people.
mankind except for the 8.
Gary, I wasn't finished. I mean, God killed people, and then he promised not to kill people anymore. That's what he said.
No, he promised not to destroy mankind with blood again.
Well, you said destroy the earth, so I'm just saying. Yeah.
Well, I just said mankind.
Now we know what he means, at least. Shout out to Glover Mommy in the house. Glover Mommy, rainbows. Dude, you provided two very cool pictures of rainbows. Look at me calling Glover Mom, dude. Do that. If you want to say hello, pop in there. Tell us, who's parachuting here. Is this your family too? All right, maybe she can't speak.
I'm here. I was muted. No, that's a picture I found on just a Google search.
Nice. And you can find more. I mean, like, look, it's a double rainbow right there. Now, this one, your brother took it, you told me.
Yeah, he took that one and the one at the Cumberland Waterfalls. I got that from his Facebook. And so,
Is this what they call a black swan because there's land behind the rainbow? There you go.
it could be. It could be.
There you go. Flat Earther, take a picture now. Take a screenshot now.
It just proves there's rainbows.
Take a screenshot, Flat Earthers, and make a video and tag Glover Mommy and tell her how this is a flat Earth proof. That would be fucking awesome.
Yeah. The one my brother took at the falls, it does look like it's at dusk, and he did look like he used a long exposure.
Yeah.
And it probably was during a full moon as well, or a fullish moon,
one
maybe.
with the...
Yeah,
let me see. What is it? This one, you are right. Really cool.
I have a question for Gary. Did trees have roots before the flood?
Had to. The trees also evolved?
Why they need roots for?
Hey.
Uh-oh. Hold on, yeah, he might be working.
Oh yeah, he's got to tend to the cows.
Yeah.
There we go.
It gets loud over there. You imagine?
Yes, I am working.
There you go. Yeah.
And there are cows here.
Yep.
But that would be cool, Gary. If every time you unmute and we hear you talking, we hear the cowbells like in the background. More cowbells.
Yeah,
There's no cowbells anymore. Those are ancient history.
Oh man.
Does he live in Switzerland?
And another-
They've got cows on bells on their cows. You know what I mean?
And another question: where did the rivers got the water from?
Well, when God released all that water, it didn't just come from the sky. He also had gigantic plumes of water shooting out the ground as well, I believe. At least that's the way that I've seen. I've seen quite a few of these young Earth creationist videos about it, and they show big, gigantic plumes like Yellowstone. Shooting out of the ground as well.
The geysers. The geysers, yeah.
Geysers.
Don't forget
coming up.
springs that come out of the ground as well.
Yeah, mountain tops.
Mhm.
I don't think
say
so.
all that when I made my statement. I said he broke the cisterns of the deep, which is below us, and then he opened the windows of heaven.
Yeah, but we can't confirm that though. That's the thing. We can't confirm it. It's just in
I
a book.
said I can't prove it. I said
That's
it.
true. We can't
I said
prove
I
it.
can't prove
So
it. That's my opinion. That's
we have
my
to take it with a
opinion.
grain of salt.
Yeah, just like I
That's
take yours.
actually
with a grain of
fair.
salt.
Yeah, that's the first time, and I appreciate that, Gary. Yeah, there's
that's
no
fair.
evidence. I mean,
I
from
get it.
yeah, any to double down and present cross-reference and evidence. No, it's just something read, believe, a personal thing going on. It's all right.
Yeah.
I just say, Gary, at least you admit that. There's a lot of flat earthers that won't admit that. They take it as fact.
Yeah.
Some of these things we think are meteor holes could be where some of the wells were broken from the deep. Because it would have the same kind of effect. It would blow it out, and then when it settled back down, it would probably look similar.
So water didn't find its own level back then, huh? It like recycled.
Yeah, it went back down
like
eventually.
Recycled up
It went back
up
down
and down.
eventually, didn't it?
Yeah, but eventually it had to go up again to fill the river. The question is, why do you hold such a stupid belief, Gary?
Well, you have stupid beliefs. You believe they were in a spinning pair with gravity.
No.
That can't do
We
anything.
know we are
Not a
actually.
force.
We don't believe.
Yeah.
Belief is something
you think
you hear
you
without
are.
evidence. We know we have evidence for that.
I got to go to work. I can't argue with you.
Yeah.
You believe what you want to believe.
You
No,
too,
we
Gary.
don't believe. We have evidence for it.
Big shout out to Thursby for a £5 super chat. For £5, Thursby says, entitled to your own opinion, not your own truth. Thank you very much. Very well said.
Very well said. This belief thing it's idiotic. It really is.
No, I actually didn't
When you-
say belief. He said
Hold on, Chai.
opinion.
Hold on, Chai.
Said
Let me
opinion.
hear. Come on, Mom.
No,
yeah.
no. When Gary said you believe the Earth is a spinning, when we belief has nothing to do with it. It's all knowing and knowledge. So
I think the base a lot of today's reality denying today's data and evidence and proof of everything. The technology that we live in today, they want to override all of that because of a book written, who
Right.
knows, a few thousand
because
years
ancient
ago. or whatever.
civilizations said X,
Yep.
Y, and Z.
Yep.
Even though we've gained a lot of knowledge since then. Yeah, and then we live in, and then they say we use ancient stuff to prove the globe. So it's, yeah, it's amazing.
And I got pissed off because I was hearing this morning another stream and somebody was just going and going about Al-Baruni and the horizon and boats going over the horizon, and he was going and going, and the other person in the globe side and the normal side, they said, like, dude, but let's look at it today, with evidence as we got today. No, I want to talk about Al-Baruni. What was the height he was looking at? What was the temperature of the water of when Al-Baruni was looking at? And I go like, what the fuck is going on here? They wanted this.
Yeah, it's a way for them to disprove by using ancient. Can you prove he did this?
Yeah, I know.
Then you're wrong.
What did he
That's
eat
what they
that
do.
day? You know, did he have blurry eyes? You know, did he have 20/20 vision? What the fuck?
What was his blood pressure?
Yeah.
You know.
Was he mental or was he
Yeah.
sane?
That's crazy. They
I
wanna do,
always say,
that's why I say, last point. That's what I say. They actually are trying to hold the conversation hostage and not progress in the discussion and not move forward by talking about this old bullshit that happened hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, and they want to stay there to dig into details that nobody knows about, that are incoherent and have nothing to do with the argument. You know, they want to
Exactly.
stay in the past.
My argument is that Bruni, it's all bullshit story. That someone says no one has the numbers, no one knows we did it, nothing.
Yeah, and that's good. I mean, you can just say, all right, well, this has nothing to do with Baroni. Let's just disregard that. Now they gonna wanna insist. They're gonna say like, well, then Baroni was fake. Then whatever people say about the boats over the horizon is fake. No, whatever. If you want to say that Baroni was fake and anything he say was valid, okay. But still, today you can see all of that. You can do it yourself. That's the beauty of it. You know, a lot better than more. With more details than whatever was written in the book hundreds of years ago.
Right. The formula they said he used, you can still use it and see if it holds or not.
I mean, I've got a lot of beliefs that I don't bring here to the channel because they're probably stupid, you know, stuff that I dreamt up when I was taking drugs as a teenager. But, you know, when I come here, I try to talk about facts and stuff that most of the people that I meet in life believe are correct and right. But when you come here with your beliefs and try to impose them on people and you want to force people to learn your beliefs in school, that's disturbing to me.
Yep. Gary, whenever you want, if you want to jump in there, but just saying,
It's
Gary,
okay to have-
I'm Glover, Mommy, and everybody. Whenever you guys want to jump in the conversation, just go for it.
I was going to say,
Go,
it's okay to have beliefs. There's nothing wrong with that. But to say they're actual truth and fact, when truth is subjective without fact, then they really mean nothing. It's just opinion.
Gary, this is the perfect time to talk about over everyone because no one is talking. Come on.
He's most likely busy right now.
Now he's waiting for someone to talk. So he can say
I waited for something for him to disagree because as for right now, he might agree with us. Like, yeah, let's say that Albaroni was fake and anything reading about him was just made up by some crazy dude in a globe cultist. Okay, then we can disregard that, but you cannot deny that today we can see boats and ships going over the horizon, you know?
Yeah, observe what he did and repeat it and test it and all that again. Yeah.
That's the thing. That's the thing. I mean, I know a lot of people who believe in that the Earth is a globe, they believe in science, the stars and that, but they also have like very strange beliefs, like don't stand on cracks, and you know, if a bird sings in the morning, it means something bad's going to happen and all that, you know, and too many magpies in the garden means somebody's going to die, and it's like all that stuff, you know, and even people that I agree with on the globe and you know, astrophysics and stuff, they can still have weird beliefs which we shouldn't bring to the table. Basically, just keep it to yourself. You know?
Yeah, because they've been indoctrinated since they were kids. Something that's very hard to come over that they told you about belief when you were a kid. There is God, there is Santa, there is, I don't know, all these mythical creatures, and you can get rid of it. Say, oh, science, I forgot all this. I don't believe in all I was told. It's like in you. It's programmed in you.
I don't see, Charles, really quick, about what you say. I mean, I don't think it's fair for people to just be quiet about their own opinions and beliefs, even if it's like fantasy stuff. But, a big but, there's a time and a place for that. And sometimes in the middle of a serious discussion about data, about something physical that we can do today about anything, now when somebody come in from behind and say like, oh, because God said so and it's in the big my holy book, that's, I think, is off, because that wasn't the time or the place to bring your personal beliefs into the topic. That fair?
That is very fair. I was just going to
That's
say,
very fair.
we all grew up with stories of witches and headless horsemen, and we even passed those stories on to our children. We read them, the books that we read, with the German brothers, with the ugly duckling and all that. Now we all know that these are just stories and they're meant to teach us sort of lessons for life, but we're not expected to believe that they're true. And I think this is where we come to the problem of we can't stuff from 2,000 years ago and thinking that people should believe it today as fact. But when we know that the stories that were meant to guide us in a path of being normal citizens,
And it's a global mommy,
Right,
you agree?
right.
It's like, I mentioned two topics, like it's more of a belief or type of thing, like ghosts, like we have spoken about here one time. I think.
Yes. Mhm,
That's
we
one
have.
thing that you is your thing, is your own, kind of your personal experience.
Yes,
And
I've had-
also,
mhm.
even though you have a little more evidence, but UFOs and
Mhm.
and flying saucers and shit like that, that's also in that kind of realm. What do you think?
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. It's. I think people, like you say, there are two camps: those that believe and those that don't believe in. Well, like me, I've had experiences that I can't explain. So I think UFOs are the same, but people have had experiences they can't explain. But then you get those people that fake it and claim it's real.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Those are the people. Yeah, those are the ones that they're doing it just because.
And that's a bunch of bullshit, because then people that have actually witnessed or experienced something personally, they see something of this and they say like, oh shit, look at that, backing up my experience and my evidence. And they might not even find out that that's fake. And they be
Right,
like
exactly.
all thrilled,
They think it's real. Yeah, and they take it wholeheartedly. Yeah.
Same with
Yep.
ghosts, pretty much very, very close in the same argument too, yeah.
Exactly. I've seen really good faked videos. When you dig into them, it turns out they're like from movies and things like that. They were made that way on purpose, but they're really good fakes. And but then you get like me, had the experience I had with a fan being knocked over and it literally being broken. How can you explain that with just it falling over? You can't. There was something else there.
Yeah. And I was
So-
gonna mention Bigfoot, but I mean, this is like, it has been going forever. I don't know for how
has.
long, but since I was a kid, like the Bigfoot thing is still going.
Yeah. I mean, there could be Bigfoot creatures out there, but there was the one person that admitted to faking it, supposedly faking it on his
Yeah.
deathbed. So that kind of puts all the other ones in. Same with Loch Ness Monster. People admitted to faking that, so it's in one time or whatever. That puts all the others kind of suspect. It's like, how can you believe them?
But it's the same with, as you say, a fan fell off your house and broke. But lots of strange things happen in life, Who knows
Yeah.
whether someone drifted by that and moved it to the edge where all it took was a slight rumbling of a truck going by outside for it to fall over and break. You might not hear the truck or feel it, but there might have been enough resonance in there just to get that fan to fall off and break. I mean,
Right.
we don't know everything, but when we experience these things ourselves and we can't explain them, we often go to, well, there must be something else going on, but it doesn't mean that the thing going on is supernatural. It could be a natural occurrence, but you just don't detect it. I mean, like animals run away or get disturbed. Sometimes hours before an eruption of a volcano, And us humans don't feel anything until it erupts, but the animals seem to react. So they seem to
Yeah,
have
they
some
have a heightened sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
And so it's all that, you know, we don't really know what's going on because we don't have enough information to make a rational decision about
Right,
it.
right.
You know? But whatever you believe, you're entitled to that belief because we are all humans and we're entitled to be aberrant and we're understanding of the world because we don't have enough information. You know?
Yeah. Like that GIF.
Yeah, I know, it's cool. It's beautiful. It looks real to me. It looks legit to me, right?
He's not
That's
black
genuine.
enough.
That is real. That is real.
Is that a ginger Wookiee? I mean, come on.
I know. Look how color. Yeah.
Very nice.
Is that a Scottish Scottish Wookiee?
Yeah, it's a ginger. Yeah, it's a ginger Wookiee.
What's up, party people? Shout out to
Oh
Chunky.
my goodness. No, I just but oh gosh, I needed some flat earth derp today.
Yeah,
I'm dealing with other derp, and this is a nice refresher from that.
that's good. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming in. Always welcome. You
Yeah.
know. Just relaxed. Past few days that I've been here, you know. Actually, it was very hyped up and very hot a few days ago. I think it was Dan the Waterman was here. I think Gary and somebody else was here, but they were going on.
Yeah, Dan's in the YouTube chat. He's not coming in today. I wonder why, you know.
Chunji, what's up, brother?
Just hanging out. Heard you saw that you were on, so I jumped on in. I got into it with Dan the other day too. He's really going. Was he in here talking about the sunset, distant sunset, and all that stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, it's probably one of his most ridiculous arguments I've ever heard. I'm not really. It's based in like he has to lie and say you said something different, lie and say you agree to certain things, but then come up with an outlandish conclusion. It's his argument's weird.
I'd just like to say, I was listening to Brian earlier today.
Which
and
Brian?
I'd love of the leaky kind.
Okay.
And I'd love to have a discussion with him about something. If so, Brian, and if you're listening, just jump on. I want to discuss about something. Me and Brian, we can have a friendly discussion sometimes.
If he joins, hopefully we can sort out your microphone, your signal. It was a little crappy there.
How did it sound now? Is it better or no?
Yeah, I think
Still
it was the
sounds
signal
terrible?
went off for a second there, but it's not too bad.
When you get to the important part, you had to say that, then it fucked up.
Yeah, we lose you for like a second. The few important words there, we go there. Stop using the flurf.
I just want to have a conversation with. I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I was gonna say that. Stop using the flurf technology, man. It's not working out too well. Go ahead.
It's just a connection here. That's all. Brian, flights and time. Yeah.
Oh, that's bad, people, man.
I'm working on a video about that same subject, so I just wanted to. I found a few other things that are pretty significant, so I'd like to have input.
All right.
Yeah, you're cutting out quite a lot there. That's his wife. We couldn't make out really.
Yeah, but we got the gist of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're making a video. That's a bit all I got.
What is this picture, Doofus? Interesting picture here. What's going on? Paul Dan expects the sun to set in front of objects more distant than the horizon, but there's a picture that looks like it's the real sunset, but then there's like a little drawing and why, I don't know. Maybe illustrating something, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not very explanatory. You probably need to explain what that is.
Yeah, the sun goes in a rainbow shape as seen from the ground, from east to west, right? And if you point to the sun to the east to west, and then where does it go now? It go all the way above the horizon, right in front of you, from left to right, and then it will rise again, I guess, right? Or will it go from behind your head? When you reach the west, then you point your finger above the horizon all the way around you. It does like a weird shape.
Yeah, it looks like he's responding to Paul on this. He says Dan expects the sun to set in front of objects more distant than the horizon. So something in the YouTube chat, I think, that they're talking about. Oh, he's typing.
Right.
Yeah.
Shout out to... Go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, because talking like that picture, like, because I was talking about yesterday, and it's weird. It's like he assumes the horizon isn't where an object would become obstructed. It's where it fully disappears. Like, that's his whole argument on it.
Yeah, he didn't want to hear about things partially disappearing, did he? Like boats disappearing bottom up.
Exactly.
Either the boat was there or it wasn't there at all. Like it just suddenly vanishes, and there's no in between point, which is very bizarre.
Exactly, because we even said he's like, because at first it started off fine. He even set up an experiment, and we were running through it, and then that's when it kind of got all haywire, because it was like, all right, we're standing on the beach, we send a boat out, and then I was trying to explain to him, yeah, I'm going to tell that guy to stop when the boat starts obstructing, and that's going to be where our horizon is. And then he's like, give me 10 miles. I'm like, what? He's like, give me 10 miles. And what he wants you to say is that the horizon only really matters once the boat is completely gone, regardless of how big the boat is, because that doesn't matter to Dan. It's a very convoluted argument that he has. It
didn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, it didn't make a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
it's based on
never
him.
understood it.
It's based on him lying and saying you agree on things that aren't even specified.
Yeah, he did keep saying, so we can all agree. No, because you say we can all agree, and then you say something bloody stupid. No, we can't agree on that.
Yeah, it's always that. Oh, I just want to get on some common ground here.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And then the second you go, wait, we're not on the same ground. Let's get into the specifics of this one thing you're saying, and that's when he'll go off the rails. That's when he doesn't want to talk. That's when he doesn't listen.
This drawing is what Dan the Waterman expects the sun to do, to set in front of the distant objects in the horizon. So the right-hand side is a drawing, but in reality, we got, this is the real one. When he said it's behind anything because it's outside the earth, and everything is going to be in front of the sun in the sunset.
I mean, honestly, I'm so burnt out with talking about the horizon.
Yeah.
And things being obstructed by the horizon. It's, oh my God. I mean,
if they don't get it by now, they're never going to get it. So
no, they're not going to get it. No amount of explaining things and showing buildings, like half of a building obstructed by the water is not. Yeah. I mean, if you can't look at them like, yeah, you know what, that does kind of look like curved surface.
What they are learning is segues and obfuscation to the point, because dude, every single one of them have to understand how it works on a globe with refraction and everything. Every single one of them, they have to know, but they gotta play dumb and just squirm around and play with the words and get stuck in the argument. Like I say earlier, they don't want to progress and move in the argument. If they would just say, I understand what you're saying in the globe and it does work, and then give their explanation. They don't want to give their explanation. They just want to attack the globe by misrepresenting and making all these convoluted arguments,
Yeah, they don't want to prove the flat earth. They just want to disprove the globe. That's all it's about.
Yeah.
But they're not even disproving it. It's more like a purposely misunderstanding it.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Agreed.
That's what I was saying earlier about if you bring a belief to a topic and every time that you talk about this topic, you make up weirder and weirder ways of explaining your position, and nobody can agree with you. Whereas other people can come in and discuss it, and most people in the conversation say, "Oh yeah, I understand what you're saying." Then obviously your belief is getting in the way of facts, you know.
Yeah.
Go ahead, go Logan.
I was going to say, sorry, really quick. I've heard in debates and stuff where the basic flat earthers are told the basic way that they can to explain how the globe works. Basic, like a 5-year-old could get it, and they still deny it.
Yeah, I think I was never a debater and debating to people because I understood how the globe works, not perfectly, but I understood the concept and what people was talking to me. And then by the end, I understood pretty well the globe argument, even though I cannot articulate it or argue with anybody in favor of the globe. I understood the argument, me as a flat earther, so I couldn't, I didn't have an explanation for it. So I had to say, like, yeah, I understand it. It works in a globe. If it's how you explain it, and if the physics behave this way, everything related to space and horizon, everything, it does work on a globe, and it works almost perfect. It was perfect. But then I can speculate how it works in a flat earth. So that's why I never like planted myself. I said, no, this is how it works in a flat earth, and I want to commit to it. That's why the globe is wrong. I couldn't do that because the globe was right with the explanation. Exactly. I just didn't have an explanation for a flat earth.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
so I was a lot more honest. I was a lot more honest than most of the flat earthers that were out there.
You are one of the few, Jose. You were one of the few when you were a flat earther. Believe me. Yeah.
You didn't have your SE Montreal moment where you thought that two boats would be able to see each other downward or whatever?
I thought about a lot of that, and I talked a lot about it. I said, like, dude, I don't understand, because if it was a globe, you will see this, and I did all these paradoxes, the boats going away from each other when you start disappearing, or people walking away. I had some little examples, but I actually listened to what the globe side had to say and how they explained it. And there were some people nice enough to explain it well and articulate it well and do little graphs and simple drawings. I said, all right, then, okay, that's fair. I understand it, how you explain it on the globe. So I didn't have to go back to it every single day, every single 5 minutes, like flat earthers do now.
Yeah, I mean, up until I was 7 years old, I just believed what the teachers taught me in school. But by the time I was 14, 15, 16, I was able to test what they told me and find out it was true.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is with flat earthers is they got the same education. They were indoctrinated when they were 6, 7 years old, and the biblical idea of things. But by the time they were 15, 16, 17, they never done any test to test what they were told. They just continued to believe it,
That's also normal though, Church. That is the majority of people on Earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I believed everything when I was a kid, but I got to test it and prove it when I was, in my teens. But these people have never bothered testing,
It's not about a bother. At 15, 16, again, 15, 16, it wasn't even a thought in my brain. My 20s wasn't even a thought in my brain. I didn't care. It didn't matter to me. And I think the majority of flat earthers are like that, where it doesn't even go into their brain path at all until later in life. And then once that happens, it's not something you can just go out and test, because it's not even in your brain. Like Jose, it was the same way with me, where it wasn't about, oh, we just had a complete misunderstanding of it. It's that things weren't able to be seen in our head and put together to make it work in our brains. And that's just because we didn't think about it. It wasn't something that at 15, 16 we were thinking about, tested, and then through our 20s we're able to never even think about it.
Yeah, I'm not.
I got a comment. Let me read a comment by Mandevil.
Okay, Jose. Yeah.
Mandevil say, Dan's idea all come from a simple misunderstanding on his part, but he is so terrified of being shown to be wrong that he cannot listen for 5 fucking seconds. Shout out to Mandevil.
Yeah, what I was trying to make out is, by the time I was 14, 15, 16, I was still in education, and in Britain, they were allowing us to do experiments and test things to prove that it worked. You know what I mean? It wasn't a thing where I've thought about it. It was part of the curriculum to prove what we already knew was right. You know what I mean? And truthful. You know, so no facts. You know, and I don't know what's wrong with the flat earthers. Maybe they get taught at school. Maybe they get taught at home. Maybe I don't know. But they don't seem to have moved on from believing what we're told at 7 and testing it at a later stage in their life because it was part of growing up and being educated, you know? Maybe it's just a British thing. I don't know.
I mean, I can say for sure in my 20s and 30s, well, 20s, early 30s, even politics was not in my purview. But as I got into my 30s, politics started becoming my purview. As I started getting in my 40s and going on YouTube, then Flat Earth and all that stuff started getting in my purview. And I learned from it. I learned from all of it. And that's how we work. We're constantly learning.
I wasn't interested in politics.
I could easily say, and Jose, I think you could agree, and this is one reason I never regret being a flat earther. I've learned more in these years than I did in any schooling that I had throughout my growing up.
Me too. Yep.
That is true.
And that's why I say that. What can you learn about? What do you learn about Flat Earth? Flat Earth bring anything good? Actually, yes. You can learn a lot about physics, math, the shape, geometry, the everything. You know, a lot of things you can learn over here via YouTube because there's a lot of people that actually have dedicated their lives to do all kinds of things like this, and you are learning from the best if you are looking and talking to the correct people.
Especially when you put yourself in a situation, Jose, where you have all these people coming to one place and answering any question you have. And all you have to do is listen and want to understand. You don't have to listen and be indoctrinated by it. Just listen, try to understand it, and focus on whatever topic you're talking about, and understand that before you decide you're going to change it all and deny everything. Because you have to have, like Jose said earlier, you have to have a full understanding of these things to then say they're wrong. Period.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, through my education, I mean, we were taught about not just the great people who discovered things, but we were also taught about how they were wrong and how they were corrected, like 50 years later and stuff like that. The education system in Scotland, especially, we didn't just get taught this is the truth. We also went back and looked at the people who were the geniuses of like 100 years ago, and then we were taught how they were wrong in some areas of what they were good at and how they were right in others, and how people after them stood on their shoulders and perfected their ideas. But we also were taught about where they were wrong and how they made their mistakes. You understand what I'm saying?
I thought that was rain. I thought that was rain that I was hearing in the background, like click, 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 click. But it's actually the music. I didn't realize. Yeah. Do you hear that too? Like a little click, click. It sounds like a sing.
Oh, it's a cat video scratching at the floor.
Oh, it's the background music.
But I know what you mean, Jose. I've had that happen. Where it's like, and it's like the music.
I take my headphones off, looking around. Is it raining? I don't see it rain. Big shout out to Blue Marble Science in the house.
I remember those summers in Florida. I used to live in northwestern Florida, and oh my God, we got hellacious thunderstorms.
Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
The past 2 weeks it's been really hot in here.
Wow.
Almost every afternoon. Like thunderstorms and like big wind and a lot of lightning. Crazy. They sometimes last for 10 minutes. Sometimes they last 2 or 3 hours. But
there's nothing
heavy.
to stop the storm. It just goes through really quick.
Yeah.
And there's no land masses to stop it.
It's like bands, like little skinny bands, but they move really slow over you, and they bring hell to you.
Oh yeah, I don't miss them.
I'll give you an example. Everybody knows about the guy that discovered the gravity. You know what I mean? The apple falling out of the tree. But did you know that he believed that you could make gold out of lead? He was one of those. Okay. We were taught that in school, you know, that he was a bit of a fuck up in other areas. You know, he just happened to get that one thing right, you know.
Exactly. What's that line? A broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, we call him a genius, but he wasn't that much of a genius.
You're right.
Yeah.
He was a genius. And he didn't invent gravity. Yeah.
No, he just discovered it.
He discovered
No, he didn't
the
discover it
principles.
either.
Yeah. The mathematical equations that he wrote were
the
good.
mathematical
But he was
equation,
crap at
yes,
everything
not
else.
gravity now.
I heard there's an argument out there. I overheard somebody mention the Space Webb Telescope. He took some new photographs, and the data shows something about the Big Bang being wrong or something like that. They were wrong or mistaken. I'm not sure what is that all about. I think I overheard that. I haven't looked into it at all. I just heard it a few days ago.
They don't think that the universe...
Hold on, Thirst. Sean, you first. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, that's SE Montreal's new thing, and a few others over at the other server. So the J Webb telescope took pictures of distant galaxies closer to where the event happened, and things aren't as they're still figuring things out. So what they took from that is that the Big Bang is actually our theory on the Big Bang is completely wrong, and the Big Bang didn't happen. I've also recently sent SC Montreal a few links that actually explain what these images explain, and it doesn't say the Big Bang's not there or didn't happen. It just explains
a different way.
How we know,
happen in a different way.
It just explains that how we thought new galaxies formed isn't exactly how we thought it was. And that's all it's really saying.
Exactly.
So Sean, you're just sending links to SC Montreal as if he's going to actually read them.
Yeah, I know he's not going to, but that the point of me even sending it to him is that if I do have that conversation with him, he can't act like I didn't. And that's the only reason I've been doing now. It's just a way for me to go, well, I shared something, so you can't say that to me. Because I know damn well his argument is there's no Big Bang, they debunked it. And that's just what he's going to run with.
Instead of the fact that new knowledge was gained because of the James Webb, and then we're applying it.
All right, let's hear comments from Blue Marble Science in the house. Give me your thoughts, man, on this.
What up, Blue?
Okay. How are you guys doing?
Excellent.
Well, Sean,
Hey,
you're
Blue.
talking. Huh?
I said, "Hey, Blue."
Oh, hey, Blue, mommy. Well, you're talking to SC Montreal, Sean, and yes, he can ignore it. Believe me. And honestly, I mean, I like SC, but he just doesn't possess the ability to understand a lot of this stuff. I'll give you an example. The other day, he asked me a question. He wanted to know if, let's see, I'm trying to think how he put it. He wanted to know something about elevation change, and hump or drop. He wanted to know if that was an elevation change. I asked him to define what elevation change was. What did that mean? And he said a hump is like a mountain and a drop is like a valley. And I said, S.E., you realize what you just asked me is an elevation change a change in elevation?
Yeah.
And he still, to this moment, does not get what I said.
Not surprised.
Yeah, and that's that hardcore Bev way of ignoring anything that has to do with curvature.
As far as I understand about the pictures we've got from farther into the universe, they're seeing smaller galaxies, and they didn't expect to see that. They expected more of these smaller galaxies to collide with each other and make larger galaxies, and therefore it doesn't explain how the universe expanded without these smaller galaxies colliding with each other and becoming bigger. So all we've done is open up another avenue of science, to understand more of why we don't see what we expected. And that's not unusual in science.
Wait, what? James Webb took a picture, like, can't be more than 2 months, right? 2-3 months, and they already know the galaxies didn't collide or whatever, right?
The expected smaller galaxies in the different paths they have collided with each other and formed bigger galaxies, but they're not seeing that in their pictures, and they're wondering why. So it's opened up a new, reason to, think about the galaxy the way it is, the universe the way it is, and why these galaxies didn't collide and become bigger.
Who said they didn't?
Yeah, what the James Webb telescope showed us, and to be more specific than I was earlier, is that the newer forming galaxies, the way they formed, doesn't really match the way ours formed. The galaxies we see further from the event. So, in that mapping of how galaxies are formed and how they become and how they expand and all this other stuff, it doesn't really match where we're seeing these other galaxies and smaller, newer galaxies. That's all it does. It doesn't say anything about Big Bang not happening. It doesn't say that galaxies aren't forming in a certain way and not colliding, because that's not something that we see like that, Gersh. That we would have to see that multiple times for us to make that assumption when we see these pictures. It's more of these galaxies formed, they're very small. We don't see how they formed to where we are now with how we understand the Big Bang that happened. Are they forming still? But remember, the Big Bang kind of says that all galaxies are formed in the Big Bang. Well, we are seeing galaxies forming without this event happening, so we're trying to figure out how that happened. Doesn't mean the Big Bang didn't.
But it also has connotations to the expansion of the universe. If the universe is expanding and rushing away from itself, how did these galaxies that we see that are much smaller, how are they so close together,
younger,
but not colliding?
Don't say smaller, say younger. That's their issue. That the age of these galaxies and how they're forming. It's not so much the size, because we see galaxies that are different sizes throughout the universe, whether they're further from the event or closer. We do see that. That's not unheard of.
Hey guys, can we switch a little bit? If Brian Mabbett wanna jump in and participate for a minute, because he posted an image over here with a strange argument. Brian Mabbett, are you there? Talk to us for a minute, man.
Good day, sir.
Good day. What's up, man? Hey, I'm posting the picture, the illustration that you posted with the circle figure 13. I got it up on screen. Can you make the argument about this image?
Sad day today. So,
talk to us. What's on screen right now, and what is your point?
Well, curves can't be level to each other because they're different radiuses. There is no way you can have a curve level to another curve of a different radius. Curved is not level. Contradiction in terms.
We got the cross, right? Splitting in the middle of these multiple circles. In the top right, level are not curved. These are not levels. These curves are not level to each other because they are different radiuses and diameters and shit like that. But the rest of these three parts, I think this is level to this one, and this is to this one, and this is to this one. All of them, unless you draw it in different radiuses.
Okay. Well, you download the image and move them close to each other, and then tell me their level.
But hold on, Chike. But the way they are drawn, they are level unless you move them. So if you move them, they will probably stop being level.
No, they're not level. They're equidistant. That is not level.
Equidistant from each other level. Yeah.
Level has many different meanings. Just saying.
Radiuses of different fucking arcs being level.
Oh man.
It is part of the lunacy that they have implanted into your brains.
So what is level, Brian? What is level? Can you explain in your words what do you believe
Not
level to be?
Curved. It is a
Brian, you don't define something.
Line
Brian,
moderator, we got it. Well, hold on, Chike. Hold everybody. Brian, we're gonna talk to each other. Chike, go first, then Blue, then Sean, if I'm not mistaken, he talked. But let's try to keep it shorter arguments back and forward so we can get everybody in. Chai.
I'm always sure. Brian, you don't define something, but what it's not. Don't tell me it's not curved. Tell me what is level for you.
Want to answer that, Brian?
I thought you said somebody else was going to go.
Yeah, but like a quick answer to if there's any point to. He say, can you explain what is level, not what is not level?
I'm going 3 questions at you.
Hold on, Sean.
Yeah.
Hold on, Sean. Hold on. Brian is thinking he's going to tell us what is level, not what is not level, because that wasn't the question.
I'm not making a statement. I am rebutting your statement that a level is curved. 2 curves of different radiuses cannot be level. They are
not.
Arc. They cannot be level. They can be equidistant from a center point. Yes. They can never be level.
All right, Brian, that's a solid statement. Big Blue, go ahead, brother.
Thank you.
Good. Very good, Brian. 2 curves of different radius, of different radii, absolutely cannot be level. I totally agree with you. But a curve, by definition, is a collection of points that are all equidistant from a center point. That is the definition of level. Each one of those curves is a level line in our terminology. Now, we can throw all kinds of fancy, equal gravitational potential type arguments out there and all of that, but make it simple. It's very, very simple. Level is simply an all points that are equidistant from a center point, which implies a circle. Period.
My bad.
And Brian didn't listen.
Why does he do that? That's so fucking
just
weird.
A game.
Who's next to go?
Yeah. And this is exactly what we were talking about before, because something that Mabbit does and a lot of them do, especially when this conversation starts about level and curve and all this, does he understand that our argument is every bit of part of gravity, every bit of part of the curvature of the earth, that is not the same thing as elevation that they keep describing? Because when he talks about it to us, he talks about it as if when we say curvature, we are talking about elevation change, not this thing called gravity and the earth being a sphere. And that's why I think he feels he has like these wins.
If you're talking about curvature the way that Blue just explained it, then you're admitting that you cannot measure it. So why should we believe it?
You
well,
can't
that's the
measure
thing. When Blue is describing it, and you're listening and you're understanding what he's saying, there's nothing in your brain that says gravity isn't real. Don't talk about it. Curvature of Earth isn't real. That's not possible. Only thing we can be talking about is elevation change upon topography. And when you do that and listen to what Blue said, then you can easily make this mythical reasoning for why level is not that way. But the reality of it is does he understand our side of the argument, and where is that wrong? Rather than this whole, it just doesn't exist. Because the conversation can't go anywhere if in his brain, gravity just does not exist, period.
Can I just say something? I'm not talking about gravity, I'm not talking about planets or that. You go to any American or European stadium, at each end of the stadium there's a curve and there's seating, and it's all on a curve, and each level of seating going back is at a different level, but they're equidistant from each other from the field. And that's, what would you call that? It's equidistant, but it's level. Different levels for each seating area, but it's level. You know what I mean? So I don't know what he's talking about.
Built upon a plane, not in the center of something.
Well, the curved seating at each end of a stadium, even in America, you can see that. Curved seating areas, there's different levels. They're equidistant from each other, but everybody knows that they're level. You know what I mean? They're level to the playing field which you're watching.
Well, you're talking about different levels, meaning different horizontals, right? Like horizontal is one thing, and then you can go up from horizontal, but it's still the stadium. A stadium is created.
No, they're not horizontal. They're curved, but they're in a curve at the end of the stadium, and they're level to the playing field you're watching, but they are at different levels, equidistant from each other. Can you understand what I'm saying?
I understand, but they're created using a 2D plane, not a 3D sphere.
No, it's a 3D. You know, any stadium, it's three-dimensional. Up, down, left, and right. You know what I mean?
Right, but you started.
Tank, you're right. Yeah, it's not applied to a ball that the stadium is built. You're right. That part you're right on. Yes.
Yeah, they use planar. They use plain 2D geometry to map it out.
Yeah, that's it. But what he's explaining isn't that they're built upon a sphere or curvature. That's not what he's saying.
Maybe I missed it.
Yeah, he's not applying that to curvature.
They're all on the same plane at different elevations to the playing field that they're watching. You understand what I'm saying? You're looking down the field, you're all at different elevations, but you're on the plane of the playing field. It's not tilted to this way. You're all at the same, in one dimension, you're at the same sort of level. You're just at a higher elevation.
No thanks. And why is it called horizon and not curvison?
Because it's horizontal. I mean, I would imagine because it's horizontal in nature.
Bless you.
Yeah, so we have another one that needs to go and look up why the horizon is called the horizon. It has nothing to do with horizontal.
Well, it appears horizontal, right? You can see it's
Appears,
horizontal.
yeah, but we know it's a curve, right? We know it's a circle around you. How can it be?
It has similar words in it, similar letters, so therefore it must be the same, right?
Maybe someone even
Like
used
planet, plane, T.
Yeah.
No,
playing
maybe
terrain. Playing with terrain.
It could be that someone thought it's a good idea to say horizontal because it looks like the horizon. It could be. But the horizon is not called horizon because it's horizontal.
No, it's not.
The horizon came first.
All right, the horizon came first. All right, so then you're saying that every horizontal is built off of the fact that the horizon is horizontal.
No, the horizon comes from Greek. It's a dividing line. Just a dividing line. Says nothing about it's being straight or whatever.
It may appear horizontal as an angle, but that's all.
Again,
as opposed to vertical.
It's the horizon, not the horizontal is in.
Right.
It's not horizontal. It doesn't mean horizontal. Check just gave you the definition of what it really means. And again, it is not horizontal.
You can be in a basketball stadium and all the seats are horizontal. You know what I mean? They all go in straight lines.
Jesus Christ.
If you're inside a building, you can't even see the horizon, but they're called horizontal. I wonder why that is.
Welcome to Flat Earthers.
No thanks. No thanks. Which part of the horizon is farther away from you and which is closer? Can you tell us?
Give me 10 miles, Jake.
Well, the horizon is optical, but I got to run. But,
no. Oh, right.
Thanks, man. Yeah, come back.
By the way.
Yeah. No, run away. All right.
Right. You don't need to be able to see the horizon when you go to a facility, mate.
Yeah, I would like to see mentioned in these kind of discussions that you can establish a horizontal with no view of the horizon whatsoever. Horizontal and horizon are completely disconnected concepts.
Exactly.
That's what I was trying to explain. And it can even be a curve and still horizontal at different levels from the plane that you are referencing to, you know?
Yeah, you're right.
Earth is Life posted a screenshot over here from Examvida. Examvida. The difference between a level line and a horizontal line is that A, level line is a curved line while horizontal line is a straight line. B, level line is normal to plumb line while horizontal line might not be normal to plumb line at the tangent point to level line. And C, horizontal line is normal to plumb line while level line might not be normal to the plumb line. And D, both are the same. Shout out to Chunji. Earth is Live posted it. Shout out to you.
I think you just confused all the flat earthers.
Well, which one is it?
Yeah.
Take much to confuse them, really.
So they're like, which one's right? You know what I mean? Is this a multiple?
It's not confusing, guys. I just want to chime in real quick. It's not confusing.
Yeah,
You're
it's
just
not.
citing definitions that are in contention. It's not that anybody's confused.
It's not in contention. Horizontal and horizon don't necessarily have anything to do with each other. As I mentioned while you were away, you can establish a horizontal reference with absolutely no view of the horizon. Horizontal doesn't have to do with the horizon.
Yeah, you can use a water level to establish a horizontal. I understand. Yeah, but you're also saying it as if I had put forward the idea of horizon and horizontal. That was asked from your side to me.
No.
Yeah.
You do know you can draw 30 horizontal lines on a single page, and none of them have any reference to the horizon or even a point anywhere on the surface of the Earth. They're horizontal to each other, and you can even turn the page 45 degrees and draw horizontal lines across that page, 1 centimeter apart, and they will all be horizontal to each other. You know what I mean? I don't understand why you don't get this idea that horizontal has got nothing to do with the horizon and nothing to do with any single point on the Earth even. It could be your eye level, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, and then Chike was saying which one came first, and or something like that.
Horizon did come first. I have entomology on it.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
These are your points. I mean, you're arguing your own. Are you arguing with yourself or with me? I don't know.
No, just showing evidence.
That definitions match your definition.
No, they match what you're finding when you research stuff. They're not my personal definitions. They're definitions that have been established a long time ago.
So there's here. Let me just put forth what's in contention. Right. What's in contention is that the whole world knows that horizontal is level, is a straight line. Until you get to the globe discussion, then horizontal is a curved line. That's
horizontal is not level, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not true, because there are plenty of surveyors that have never heard of this silly flat Earth movement. Those surveyors have texts which show that horizontal and level are two different things.
Yeah.
And how do you know about all the world? What's your sample size? How many people you are?
I guess the entire world. They all said the same thing.
Right.
This is the thing. Flat Earthers say the same thing, right? Flat Earthers
Not
say the
include
same
us,
thing.
right?
Glovers say the same thing. Right? You guys say the same thing until it
No,
comes time for the globe. Yeah.
The entire world include us, right? I don't think we're agreeing with you.
Yeah. I mean, horizontal is parallel to horizontal, right?
Well, I'm unaware of any.
John.
I'm unaware of any surveying textbook ever written that says horizontal and level are the same. It just doesn't exist. If you can find that, I'd be glad to look at it.
So you disagree with it?
No, I say there are no surveying texts, no textbooks ever written that say horizontal and level are the same thing. In fact, they go out of their way to tell you that they're not the same.
Okay, so you disagree with it. Okay.
Yeah.
Especially when we're doing like drainage and streets and all that. If that were if that were correct, you'd have a lot of flooding and horrible drainage out of your cities. So be happy that surveyors, grade checkers, among them all, don't think that they're the same thing. We understand very clearly they're not.
Just saying, you do know you can have multiple horizontal diagonals, that they're horizontal to each other, but they're all diagonal. Say 45-degree angles. You can draw 1 centimeter apart, 30 lines. They're all horizontal to each other. You know what I mean? If you look at it from the right angle, but they're 45 degrees when you look at it from the angle of where you're standing. But they're horizontal to each other and nothing to do with the horizon or anything like that.
It's always good to hear the beautiful, silky voice of Glover Mom. Jim's mind. Well said.
Thank you, Jim.
You do have a silky voice, Mum.
Yeah, thank you. I can make it silkier too.
Oh, steady now.
Sorry, farmers. Sorry.
Oh, I'll just offer a shower.
Hope that's a cold shower, farmer.
Yeah, make
very
it cold.
cold,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, is it hot in here?
So what is the argument that horizontal and level are the same thing, like are exchangeable? Is that the argument here from No Thanks and Brian?
I'll go with yeah.
I think they're taking the colloquial level definition and just running with it sometimes. They don't think there's other definitions of level.
Yeah, like
not
it's the surface of the earth in the big scale, right?
Yeah.
Just read what Google have got to say that I highlighted.
About the word level of context, we can do that, yeah.
And you might,
Again, remember, for
educate
them,
yourself.
the word level is bad under the globe model, because under the globe model, we understand that level does contribute to a curved surface thanks to this wonderful thing we call gravity. And again, if you just wipe out gravity altogether in an argument, then level and horizontal have to be the same thing, because there's nothing that can make a level do what you guys say it does.
Brian, do you see the one just below the one you highlighted?
What does the phrase level-headed mean?
Horizontal.
We got a super chat by Leal. Let me read this Leal super chat. Shout out to Leal, $5. Now we have an appeal to authority. Blue Marble Science. I will appeal to him now too.
Yep.
Earlier he appealed to Farmer's Boy as the authority, but now we got Blue, so appeal to authority, Blue. Leal is on to you, man.
Oh, and that definition he highlighted, Brian, you highlighted, having a flat and horizontal surface, that did not say love, that's what level is. It says having a flat horizontal surface.
Yeah, I googled the same just in case.
It's just a definition, one of many.
You're trying to infill the discrepancy with your fantasy. I know, I understand.
Did you see the one I posted a few minutes ago? Check that one out.
Trying to do it is to accept your reality and get their fantasy out of your head. That's what
Right,
you've
but
got.
if we're going to start playing,
This
the
is
definition game.
Exploding on other platforms.
Yeah, second, Doofus. All right, Brian. Brian, thank you. Good, solid statement. Go ahead, Doofus.
If we're going to start playing the definition game, then we can start looking up the definition for Earth. We should probably note that it says spherical planet.
Yep.
And can I ask, Brian, whose fantasy are we trying to get out of our head? Whose fantasy was put into our head?
An even better question is what fantasy is in his head?
The ridiculous notion that you are living on a spinning, rotating, curved surface.
Okay.
Thousands and thousands of, in fact, millions of fucking miles an hour.
There's your misunderstanding.
Lunacy. It is complete nutter lunacy. You will get it.
That's your personal incredulity, Brian. That's not fact.
Brian, what does it mean?
Is dead. Over.
It's
In
quite
your
lunacy.
lifetime, this is going to be ripped to shreds.
Brian, why you say lunacy?
It's fucking ridiculous.
No,
Because
for
you
fuck's
don't
sake,
believe
Brian.
it.
No, it's not because I don't believe it. It's because it's fucking ridiculous.
Look how
Why,
you're acting.
Brian?
You
Why?
don't believe it. Therefore, it's
It
not
is
what you want it to be. See how
fucking
you're acting.
ridiculous.
There is your
Brian.
opinion right there. That's
believe it.
opinion.
I do
Brian,
not believe ridiculous
All right, one
fucking
second,
things.
Brian,
Again,
The
opinion.
moon has to end up being the fastest fucking thing.
Brian,
It
what?
has to mimic.
Hold on, guys. We gotta wait for Brian
Sorry.
to finish.
Well,
We gotta wait for Brian to finish the
will
point.
not
Now I
finish
think
it.
he's done now. I think he's done now.
No, he didn't.
it is fucking ridiculous.
See,
Yeah,
that's
Brian,
why
and
it's
I'm
ridiculous.
asking-
He doesn't
I'm
understand.
Fast as
Mom,
you
please.
Brian, you were done. Brian, you were done, and then you talk over them. So let's talk and let's talk, man.
Brian, why is it ridiculous? I understand you say it's ridiculous. You repeated it enough time for me to understand you say you say it's ridiculous. Now tell me, why is it ridiculous?
Right. I mean, how long you got, Chike? I could be here all fucking night.
I know you can. Just
We
make
can
it short. Make it short, will
go
you?
from having measured no fucking curvature whatsoever in 8 inches in a mile of water. That's one. We can go to not being able to measure the 1,000 mile an hour allegedly we've got at the equator. That's two. We can imagine 14 miles high water at the equator. That's unmeasurable. Nobody.
Oh my God.
Yeah, everything was measured.
Oh my God.
How long
I did ask, Brian. I asked why is it ridiculous?
Shut up! I'm answering your
yeah.
fucking question.
Let him.
That's without talking about your fucking ridiculous notion of carriolas, where the earth is turning under things except fucking planes. It doesn't affect planes whatsoever, and nor does it affect fucking migrant birds that fly from the North Pole right down past the equator.
Right.
And it doesn't affect them, and they
Hold on,
don't have
Mike.
to adjust for it. It is fucking ridiculous.
All right, guys. All right, all right. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Perfect. And let me read this super chat. Then Chike, you got a comment to make, and then Glover Mom is waiting online after Chike is done. Go ahead. Go ahead, me. Oh, the super chat. Go ahead, me. Leal for $5. Thank you, Leal, with the $5. Congratulations, Brian. The fantasy of the globe is dead. Why are still here then? Shout out to Leal. Very good point.
Nice on you, Lil. Good one.
And back to back. So before we go on, I just got another super chat, this time by Turs B with another £5. Thank you, Turs. Appreciate that. Is Brian Scottish? He swears more than me. You call Scottish, Brian? I thought you were Irelander.
No.
Chike, your point, and then Glover Mom.
Yeah, I don't know. You start talking about Coriolis. I just asked about the things you said. First of all, everything you said is false. Can't be measured. Everything was measured. But why do you think it's ridiculous? We're moving in at ridiculous speeds. Why you say it's ridiculous?
Is that's the same question?
Because your car cannot do more than
you just
200 kilometers per hour. That's why you think if it's 500, it's ridiculous. What make it ridiculous?
I've just give you 4 reasons. Do you want more, or do you want the same ones again?
All the reasons you said are false. Everything was measured. Everything measured was measured.
Nothing has been measured. There is no measurement, physical measurement of 8 inches drop in a mile of water. There is none.
Yes, there is.
You've been
Chike,
given that.
hold that.
No, there isn't.
Hold that thought, everybody.
Once you go on,
Waiting
there
for
is
Brian to finish.
no measurements for that.
All right, perfect. That's a good, solid point. That's a good answer for you, Chike, whether you like it or not. Glover Mommy, you got a question or an observation for Brian?
Just an observation. You end everything with, it's just ridiculous. And you misunderstand. You don't get scale or 3D. Speed is relative to the size of something.
Is
it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Brian.
Hold on, Brian. Let him finish. Let him finish, Brian. Hold on, Brian. Brian, let her finish, please.
And the 8 inches per mile squared is not what we use to measure the Earth, by the way.
Yes,
it's just a measurement.
Yes, it is. So if I'm doing 100 miles an hour in a go-kart, or I'm doing 100 miles an hour in a 30-foot long fucking truck, you're saying that's a different 100 miles an hour, is it?
No. On Earth, excuse me. I'm talking now, Brian. You need to hush. Okay. Sorry, mom voice coming out right now. Now, right now, cars going 100 miles an hour for us on Earth's surface is fast. A Earth rotating at an angular speed of 1,000 miles per hour celestially is not fast. It's one rotation per day, Brian.
Yes.
And the Earth does not have a 14-mile bulge at the equator.
Does it not? Let me just Google that then for you. Hold on.
It has a, was it 26 or 28 extra miles at the equator, but it's a gradual curve. There's no big, humongous 14-mile hump at the equator.
Amen.
Right.
It's just slightly oblate. That's all.
No, Brian is
Yes,
going to
it's
argue the
slightly
word
oblate.
hump.
That's it, because of its spin.
No, Brian
That's
is going
all.
to come back to argue the word hump
My
and
God.
bulge.
And he's deafened, so he can't hear anymore.
Yeah, hump and bulge, that's what's coming right now. The definition
Daniel
of this.
Pratt thought the same thing, and I laughed my ass off at him, too.
Nerd Alert found the bulge. She's in Discord.
All
Thank you,
because
Nerd.
it says that on Google.
Glover Mom, do you think that Nerd Alert have found the bulge is on Discord?
Who found the bulge?
Nerd Alert in Discord. The Daily Boom Uncensored.
Let me see. I'm not sure where it is. Oh.
Is that fair? Yeah.
That's fair.
I'm not gonna
That's
show
fair.
that.
Yeah, I would say it's fair.
Okay. Found the bulge. Here you go.
But that bulge moves a lot faster than the spin of Earth, by the way.
Does Brian know what the fastest speed a human being has travelled on Earth and whether it did anything to them? Whether they actually felt it once they reached that maximum speed?
There seems to be a bulge of 43 kilometres, which equals 27 miles. Do you want
That bulge is not a literal bulge,
You
though.
just said there was no bulge. Make your
Excuse
mind.
me. Google puts bulge, therefore bulge. No, that's not how that works, Brian.
That's not how that works. So there isn't a bulge.
That's how they're interpreting it. There is no bulge, Brian.
You must
I'm sorry.
understand.
You're misunderstanding what Google wrote.
There is no bulge. Is that
No kidding. I just said that. Yes, there is no bulge. It's a
How are they
gradual.
saying there is a 27 kilometres, 27-mile bulge at the equator then?
They're equating it so people can understand it better. That does not mean there's a literal
are
bulge,
you?
Brian.
Who
the
the
fuck am I? Who the fuck are you, Brian? Sorry.
Brian,
Sorry.
No, it's all right.
I'm not going to play that
are
game.
You are a nobody. Who knows?
Brian, easy, Brian.
Let's go there. No more.
You are a nobody that knows fuck all.
Brian, easy.
Brian, stop.
You are a
You're
nobody.
acting like a child,
knows
Brian. You need to
nothing.
stop.
All right. I muted Brian so I can read a super
God
chat.
damn, I
He's going
swear.
nowhere. He's just
Woo.
personally attacking. He's
Just
going
because you see the
nowhere.
word bulge does not mean it's a bulge. Come on. Seriously.
Big shout out to Leo.
Me.
All right, let me throw this super chat. It's all good. Super chat by Leo for $10. I'm just trying to bring the levels down. I'll mute him in a second. Brian, you gotta stop personally attacking after I read this. Speed comparison: skateboarder going 100 miles per hour feel a lot faster than going 100 miles per hour in a car because of the size of the vehicle. And that's just one example. Shout out to Leo. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Brian Mabbit, you have to stop insulting, personally attacking. We're gonna go nowhere if we keep doing that, man.
They come here thinking they're fucking God's gift. They're not.
Yeah,
They're nobody.
Can I say something?
You must understand
We're
it.
doing it again.
These people are employed to push this nonsense.
Just let him finish.
Employed.
Let Brian finish his rant. Let Brian finish his rant, and then we go. Go ahead, Brian. Finish your rant, man.
They have to lie to keep their fantasy alive. They have to.
Let us know when you're done.
She's just stated there is no bulge, but her fucking Google says there is a bulge.
It's not my Google.
You are nobody. Understand this.
Brian, you're doing it again.
Ryan, stop being a
Is
child,
it your
please.
Google Globe? That must make you bloody rich, Globe
Yeah.
Mom, if it's your Google.
By the way, bulge is a rounded swelling or protuberance that distorts a flat surface. It does not give a particular height or anything. So there is a slight curve that is interpreted as a bulge by Google. I don't tell Google it. Now, Brian, the second sentence, read that sentence for me in that definition.
Go away, woman.
Okay, I'll read that definition. Go away, woman. You know what? Don't even go there.
All right.
The equatorial bulge means that people standing at sea level near the poles are closer to the center of the earth than people standing at sea level near the equator. They define the word bulge for you right there, Brian.
Doofus Manfred. Yeah, thank you, Glover Mom. Doofus Manfred, you got a point, and then Brian can rebut it after you're done. I gotta keep Brian muted while somebody speaks because it's gonna be heavily moderated. Like I did with Dan the other day, it's gotta be heavily moderated. Doofus, go ahead.
Right. As I was going to say earlier, it might be helpful to clear up the language a bit because, as was stated just now by Glover Mudd, the difference in equatorial and polar radius is over the whole length of the line between the pole to the radius, or the pole to the equator. It's so gradual that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. The 0.3% difference. 0.3% difference from a perfect sphere is not something you're going to notice like this huge wall of water at the equator. That's not what's happening, Brian.
Let's talk about
the elevator music out loud.
Yeah, that's right. Brian, about the topics. Talk about the topics on hand. Let's not talk about personal. There's no get it personal over here with anybody. There's no need for none of that.
Nobody's getting personal.
You were just disrespecting Glover Mom in a personal level, and that was not necessary.
No.
Let's not do it again. Let's not do it again. Let's talk about the topic. Doofus had a point.
Getting personal. I was just putting her in a place.
You also, that's not fucking right.
Brian, when you start a sentence with "look, woman," that is getting personal. You son of a bitch.
And then saying I'm nobody, that is getting personal as well.
Very personal, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I want to hear Brian says to Mrs. Mabbitt, "Go away, woman." Let's hear Brian.
You're nobody. Yeah, say that to your wife and see if it's not personal.
Let's see how it ends, Brian.
I've raised children, Brian. Trust me. Let's just not go there.
We got a breakthrough. We got a new development. Leel has bring to us to our attention for a $5 super chat. Cool new development in 2022. Google is Glover Moms and Soundly has a bridge. Shout out. That's
nice,
huge.
Leel. Thank you.
That's big.
I can give you a real world example
love
of
that.
it. When you analyze the information, the data that was taken by Jesse Kozlowski when he went across the causeway, 10 or 15 times there at New Orleans at Pontchartrain, you will find that the distance from the north end of that bridge to the center of the earth is about 100 meters less than the distance from the south end of that bridge to the center of the earth. And that is the oblateness of the earth you're seeing.
Let's get
100 meters difference over a total of 25 miles of surface.
Do you see
40 kilometers, 100 meters,
How did you measure that, Blue?
With GPS, Brian.
To the center of the earth?
That's the coordinate system, Brian, and you don't have to like it. I don't really care if you do or not. That's how it works.
Can you see what they have done to you?
They educated me, Brian. They taught me a lot of good things that you will never understand because you're frankly not smart enough.
And if you look at their figures, they had 3 coplanar. Now, we all know what coplanar is on a level surface points. And then they added a 38-foot hump in the middle.
What are you talking about, Brian?
It's not a hump.
It's not a hump. It's not a hole. It's not a mountain.
An oblate spheroid. It's 2 different things, hump and oblate spheroid.
Are you looking at what's on screen, Brian?
I want to make a point now.
Are you looking at what's on screen? What Jose's showing?
I'm trying to make a point.
How would you describe that part that's shaded in green? Would you call that bulging? I would.
I
There you go. It's reposted in the uncensored.
They took.
Oh my God.
I would call the blue part a
That's a
perfect
bulge.
sphere, like they call it, and I would call the green shaded part bulging.
They used 3 points.
What 3 points?
Planar points.
3 points. Name them. Right now, name them. Name them.
And then they added what they considered to be the curvature should be of 38 meters in the middle. It is fucking ridiculous.
You have no idea what you're talking about, Brian.
More than 2 brain cells. You can see through their deception.
You have absolutely no idea what you're saying, do you?
They are lying to you all.
That GPS data is not lying to me, Brian.
No, it gives you perfect 7.3 meters in 3 coplanar points across that bridge. Perfectly.
Brian, not the raw data. It does not give you that.
Let me tell Brian, let me tell you a quick something very important, Brian.
Do you want me to Google it?
Brian, I got a very important piece of information. Something that just happened a few minutes ago, but it's confirmed. Mr. Malord is telling me, Mr. Malord just told me for $10 in PayPal that Glover Mom is paid by Fight the Flat Earth. Boom! Welcome to Flat Earth.
Boom!
Glover Mommy, you pay for by Fight the Flat Earth. That's what Mr. Malord saying. There you go.
You just have to bring these people down a peg or two, because they sit in here thinking they're God's gift to fucking knowledge. No, you're not.
You
might know bring your kids up, feed them, and change
Brian, you're an
I'm
obnoxious.
not saying you don't.
Yes,
old coot.
Don't come in here
I
telling
agree,
them a bulge is not a fucking bulge. That's a bulge.
Brian, I just want to hold on. Just a short comment. Brian, every 3 points are coplanar, so saying 3 coplanar points is not necessary. Just say 3 points. They are coplanar. We know.
Right.
Can I verify something? I am paid by FTFE to shorten his debates. I'm not paid to talk about the flat Earth and believe what I believe and know what I know. Excuse me.
Yeah, you go sorted.
I have been talking about the flat Earth way before I even got paid by FTFE. So Brian, you could take that and do what you will with it.
Boom.
I almost said shove it, but I just said it. Sorry.
Good one.
I think the problem I've got here is Brian, like many flat earthers who don't understand the variation in the density of air, which is a vary from dense to undense as it goes up. They also don't understand the difference between the density of the earth and the he calls it a bulge. It's a graduation from the poles to the middle of the earth, the equator. It's a graduation, just like the density of air is a graduation from sea level to space. They don't understand graduation. They think everything's going to be the same all the way up until a point reaches and then it just changes suddenly to nothing. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't understand that.
This is a
They
beautiful
don't understand graduation.
The
You said they
illustration.
don't understand graduation because they might not have graduated.
The illustration is for Brian. Brian think the Earth look like this. Because what Google says. It's on screen right now.
I never called it a bulge.
Beautiful zip-tape.
Google call it a bulge, not me.
Do you imagine it like this?
You ran with the word bulge and didn't read anything else.
Do you imagine it like this, Brian? Do you think of Earth like this? If it was a bulge, do you think this will be a bulge or will be more like this,
No,
like what I got on screen, like the green?
It would be, and I honestly agree with them. If Earth was doing what they said it was doing, I do believe there would be an elevation around the circumference at the equator.
It's on screen right now, yeah? It's on screen right now.
It's
The green is
immeasurable.
The green is representing this bulge.
Its elevation to go over this hump, bulge, or bubble, or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, Brian. So this is reality, and this is what you think reality is. Go ahead,
What they have done to your minds.
Brian. This will be a representation of reality, the green represents the bush, and this is what you think reality should look like. There you go, sorted.
Where are we?
In my screen share.
Oh, I'm not watching your screen share.
This is
that's
the
your
representation
feeling.
of reality. The extra in the green represents the bush. This is a illustration of reality, and this is what you think the bush on Earth should look like two titties in the opposite side, like a lemon.
Is this another failing of flat earthers where they don't keep up with everywhere? We can see what you're doing, and he's like, oh, I don't see it, and it's like, well, you should be keeping up. Are they just too slow to just keep up with things? What's going on?
The problem you've all got is you're so deep into this fantasy. I don't think you can think for yourselves anymore.
Projection.
You come up with such nonsense just to stitch this fantasy together every day, every week. You've got Blue, who I'm sure is a pilot, that says now planes bounce back off thinner bloody atmosphere to stay around the curve of the. How ridiculous is that? And he's a pilot. He's a pilot.
Ridiculous, but no one says that. Brian.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Brian.
You've got people
Brian,
that
you said there was.
Straight lines are.
Hold on, Brian, you gotta finish your point.
Oh yeah, you said I've got a minute.
So we can.
You say straight lines are bent. You say horizontal is a curve. It's lunacy what they've done to you. They've taken away your common sense.
All right, perfect. We're going nowhere now. This is not. This is have nothing to do with the discussion. This is just a colorful commentary in the side. All right, go ahead. Who was going to talk, Doofus?
Doofus.
Right. We don't say horizontal bends. We don't say straight lines are bent. That's something you picked up from Bev, which you've parroted the three coplanar point poorly. What you did say earlier was that there were no measurements of the equatorial radius being larger, and that's incorrect because I provided this to you, so has several others. mctune.net/r. There are several measurements listed there that show the equatorial radius is larger than the polar radius. They give you the measurements that show that.
Boom.
And can I say, if there's a 14-mile bulge around the Earth, where's this 14-mile mountain range that goes across South America, across Africa? Has anybody gotten a picture of that?
Exactly.
Where's this mountain range?
Now he thinks he's fucking keen.
Exactly. Half of Africa would be 14 miles underwater.
No, it'd be 14 miles high. Bulge.
It's completely
seriously.
You are fitting into your fantasy.
No, I'm not. I'm trying. I'm telling you, if there's a 14-mile bulge around the Earth, we'd have 14-mile mountain ranges around the Earth on the land. Going across the equator. We don't have that, do we?
No, we don't, because we're not a spinning ball.
Well, according to you. According to you.
To happen, Brian.
According to you.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, right there's opinion. Thank you. When you make that statement, it's always going to be your opinion, not fact.
Ridiculous.
That's opinion, not fact. We're going to stop doing this, Brian.
Miles an hour at the surface, we would have a bulge of
Hold on, farmers. You go next.
But we don't.
Brian, that's good. Farmers boy, go ahead.
I've got to go now.
Yeah, could you fuck off and find a different hobby? Because this trolling's getting really boring.
I just can't anymore with it. It's too much.
It's not genuine in any way, shape, or form.
No need. It's funny.
To reality to try and get you out of this fantasy.
Can you at least get a new script?
That's
because I'm fucking sick of hearing this one. No, you're not. You're saying the same old shit you were last year.
Yeah, Brian, we have all heard the script. We have all heard the script fly.
You will learn the truth. Not this.
No.
That's a fucking nonsense they've filled your heads with. For the moon, just to stay with Earth, the moon has to do every motion.
There's no way you're done, Brian.
It's doing.
No,
It doesn't.
no, it's not how that works.
No, but the Earth is orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles an hour. You're saying the moon's not doing that speed?
You just cannot comprehend anything relative, can you? The Earth and the moon are orbiting each other via a barycenter. That barycenter is orbiting the sun.
Is the moon keeping up with the Earth?
Yes, because it's in its same gravitational field. They're both moving with each other.
Doing the same momentum as the Earth is allegedly doing. Has to.
Yeah, this ought to blow your mind.
Again, the Earth.
Wake up.
Brian, you gotta get to the end of the statement. You cannot wait 3 seconds and keep talking. Once people start to talk, you got it.
Again, listen. The Earth and the moon are orbiting a barycenter, a gravitational barycenter. I believe it's gravitational, correct? They're orbiting each other around that barycenter. That barycenter is orbiting the sun. Therefore, they're moving relative with each other and orbiting at the same time and spinning. It's possible, Brian. Don't say it's not, because that's what's happening.
Yeah, now
to stay in orbit with the Earth has got to be doing every motion Earth is alleged.
We know. Brian, and now we have James
We
Webb.
just explained to you.
Brian, we have now Brian.
And you look at it.
I'm talking. Hello.
I was talking too, man.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm going to let you guys talk.
I'll mute myself because Jose ain't muted.
Listen, we have now Webb Space Telescope doing what Earth is doing and orbiting nothing, like a million miles away.
It's a million miles away, yeah.
It's orbiting nothing.
Nothing. There's nothing to orbit there.
And it's not fucking orbiting.
It is.
What do you mean it is?
It's orbiting
You
at
see what I
Lagrange
mean?
point, Brian.
Do you see what I'm saying? They've got Troika now believing there is a telescope
We have it there, Brian.
orbiting nothing.
Yes.
It is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, yet it's doing it.
Nonsense they put out, the more you have to alter your thinking to fit it into your fantasy. It is ridiculous.
Orbiting.
The
Orbiting the Lagrange point. There's nothing there.
Let me make this
All right,
statement.
I'm gonna get my point out as soon as I get the opportunity. Hey, Brian.
Wait until I've finished.
No, this is, what,
The Earth.
You're finished. I've been trying for the
Earth
past 10
is-
minutes, Brian.
I'm going now. Hold on.
I know.
The
I've been
Earth-
waiting for 10 minutes, right, Brian?
Go on.
I've been waiting for 10 minutes to say this.
Okay, Doofus is
Jesus
going to let you
fucking
talk.
Christ.
Go,
Yeah,
then.
Doofus.
Go.
All right. So this might blow your mind for a second, but the moon around the Earth, if the Earth suddenly disappeared, the moon would still be orbiting the sun, because that's an orbital path that something of that velocity should be able to take.
Prove that.
Prove that. Oh, thanks, Brian. Thanks for engaging in the content. Don't actually have a conversation regarding what I said. Instead, why don't you just go ahead and say prove that instead of actually engaging?
It's ridiculous.
Orbital mathematics proves it.
It's ridiculous. The moon is allegedly orbiting Earth. Why would it then orbit the sun?
Because the moon and the Earth are orbiting the sun together, Brian.
Where's the Earth fucked off to?
It's hypothetical, Brian. Hypothetical.
Yeah, if the Earth suddenly wasn't there anymore, the moon would continue to orbit the sun in exactly the same path that the Earth is already taking.
I've got to get to bed, so I'm going to leave you with this. Whatever Earth is, it does not rotate, and there is no curvature.
Hey, Brian,
Now,
before you
what it
go to
actually
bed,
is, we
Brian.
don't know, because they've lied to us in every way, shape, and form they can.
Again, who are they? Who are they? You've never clarified that. Who
There
are
is
they?
no curvature. There is
Hey,
no
Brian.
rotation. Water at rest lies perfectly flat and level.
I want you to do something, Brian.
Water's never at rest.
Your thinking this evening, please, and get out this complete and utter fantasy they've implanted into your brain. And by the
Right.
way, everybody that's listening, Lael is the new paymaster, you will notice him keep paying Jose. He's the new
His
person
choice.
on the purse strings.
Brian,
It's a government-run
Brian.
society. It's government-run.
Brian.
It's a government-run.
Oh, Brian.
Remember
Before you
that.
go.
You are
Before you go,
being
Brian. Do us a favor,
brainwashed
Brian.
people.
Do us
Remember
a favor before you go, Brian. Do us
night,
a favor.
everybody.
Please go and speak to your wife exactly the
Good
way
night,
you
Brian.
spoke to Glover Mom. And when you get out of the hospital, we'll talk to you again.
Please let
okay?
us know how that goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was giving his closing thoughts so he could run away, though.
No,
It doesn't matter how many times.
I've got to be
It doesn't matter how many times somebody has provided. It doesn't matter how many times somebody has provided to Brian the measurements of the equatorial and polar radii differences. It doesn't matter how many times somebody provides measurements of the Earth rotating.
You've got no proof of
Oh,
radius.
okay.
You've got no
I guess
proof of
I'm
earth.
not the one talking, right, Brian?
No proof
I guess I'm not the one in the middle of speaking. Instead, you're going to childishly start chiming in while somebody is already talking, right? Fuck.
Yeah, let Doofus talk, Brian. Please let Doofus talk.
And please get this fantasy out of your head.
No, it's not time for you to talk. It's not.
Oh, he
your
just deafened. He's not going to listen to you now.
Brian, it's not your turn.
Doofus, he can't hear
don't
you.
get to talk after you barge in like that, you motherfucker.
Doofus,
Yeah,
he can't
yeah.
hear you.
He deafened. He doesn't want to hear it. That's the problem.
Really?
He doesn't want to hear he wants to hear what he wants to hear.
Yeah, and I don't think it will come to
But he can
hospital,
come back in
but
again, and it still won't be his turn.
yeah, I don't think it will come to hospital, but I believe Brian will have to spend some time sleeping in his truck.
Thing is, I want to hear what Doofus wanted to say because I might learn something from it. Huh?
Well, that's the thing is Brian doesn't want to learn. He just wants to hear what he wants to hear and believe what he wants to believe. And the fact that he uses that's ridiculous after everything he says means it's his opinion. Does not mean it's fact. He doesn't get that either.
Apply that same thing to
And
you
I
guys.
provided
You did
him
the same.
several measurements. And I
We can
provided
back
him
up what
several
we say,
measurements.
though, Gary. Brian can't.
Right. And I've
Brian
provided
comes
him,
next idiot.
I've personally provided him several measurements of Earth's rotation and of the equatorial and polar radii differences. Those measurements he says doesn't exist. I've provided them to him. So when he comes in here and says repeatedly that those measurements don't exist, he's just lying.
I think you mistake Brian for someone who can understand, orbital, mathematics. He might be able to level a driveway or something. But I don't think he understands anything about, the mathematical equations used for orbital mechanics. And that's why he doesn't understand anything we talk about. We talk about if the Earth disappeared, the Moon would reassert itself, but it would continue around the Sun. Yeah.
Which Brian were you talking about?
Mabbit? What? Right?
Well, that's what confused me. You're on about leveling the driveway.
Yeah. Confused me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're confusing him with Mr. Leakey, Esquire.
Or maybe even Rakia. Who knows?
Oh. Yeah.
But none of these people seem to understand anything that we talk about. When we start to talk about orbital mechanics and why the Moon goes around the Sun, why the Sun goes around the Earth, why the Earth goes around the Sun, they don't comprehend, the math that's involved in understanding of that and why we can put satellites up in the orbit at different distances. And for instance, the Webb Space telescope being 1 million miles away, 3 times, 4 times the distance from the Moon, and yet it still follows the Earth around the Sun. Because it's not following the Earth, it's orbiting the Sun, really, not the Earth, you know what I mean? Because it's stationary as far as I believe. And they can't comprehend any of the math that's incorporated and calculating that and how we put it up there.
No,
do this, you know what I mean? Yeah.
No, Earth is not stationary, it's orbiting the ground point.
Yeah, but it's
Yes.
orbiting the sun. It's not orbiting the Earth because it's
It's
stationary
orbiting.
compared to the Earth. You know what I
It's
mean?
orbiting L1.
Yeah, it's at the
That's right.
Lagrange point.
Yeah, you can't just park it at the Lagrange point. It won't stay there. You got to orbit it.
But it's orbiting the sun, following the Earth. It's not orbiting the Earth. You know, it's in a stationary point. So it's following the Earth.
Oh.
It's orbiting the sun, isn't it?
It's orbiting the sun, and it's orbiting Lagrange point L1.
Right.
Without
Yeah.
anything being there to orbit.
Yeah, this is one of those cases where if the Earth did disappear, then it wouldn't be in orbit around the sun precisely. It would take a new orbit. The moon, on the other hand, is not one of those. The moon is something that would take up the same path as the Earth around the sun if the Earth disappeared. That telescope would not.
Well, approximately. It depends which phase it is and which direction it was moving at that time.
I still think if the Earth disappeared, the moon would maybe even start orbiting, turning again. Because the Earth wouldn't be there to hold it in a stationary orbit like it is now. So I think it may even start, if the Earth was to disappear, I think the moon might start orbiting, turning again, Yeah.
Well, it's already turning relative to the sun, so it would just keep turning. It's already doing that.
It's getting further and closer to the sun a bit, so it will find some place to stay, probably where Earth is now, and
Yeah, because isn't it going away from us little by little?
Yeah,
From
but
the Earth?
3 centimeters a year or
not
something
that.
like that.
Per year.
not that one part of the month is farther away from the sun,
okay.
right? It's the opposite
No, but
side.
it's actually receding from the Earth about 3 centimeters or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
who cares?
That's
3
I said a little
centimeters a
bit.
year. Yeah.
We don't care. It's getting closer to the sun and farther from the sun by almost
Right.
a million miles, right? 400 kilometers, like 400 kilometers to the sun and farther from the sun.
Hello, I'm new. I just want to introduce myself. This is my first time here. Yeah.
Hey, Jose, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll be
You like
listening.
this channel? It's wonderful. I like the streams.
Thank you.
Do you know that guy Jose?
Yeah, he's
We
got
got
that squeaky
birthday
globe
and
that everybody just
hope up.
hates.
You know the guy with the squeaky earth and stuff. Do you know
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, do you guys like fireworks?
Oh yeah.
I love fireworks. Yeah.
There's a link to a firework display that I watched Saturday night.
Oh.
It's a very special one.
Do you shoot that?
I see. It says
It says "Goodbye, Dad."
"Goodbye, Dad" on it. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
You said
right.
something
Sorry.
earlier, and you were saying this is what your dad's ashes or something were in. Showed a whole bunch of fireworks.
Quick
You know,
explanation.
before they went off.
I thought
Aw.
it might have been for the Queen, but whatever.
Within minutes of this happening, there were complaints on the local village Facebook page of why are their fireworks being let off? They're being disrespectful to the Queen?
To that.
Obviously, when we planned and set all this up, we had no idea that the Queen was going to die.
She was going to
10
die.
days ago.
Exactly.
The fireworks you see going up there, the big multicoloured ones going right
Uh-huh.
up in the air, they contain my dad's ashes.
Oh, that's so sweet, though.
Oh, that is.
I love
is-
that.
He'd
Yeah,
said
that
for a long
is
time.
unusual, man. That is unique. Thank
That
you
is
for
very
that.
unique. I love it, though.
He said for a long time that when he died, he wanted his ashes spread over the field. And then he found out that there are firework companies who will combine your ashes with the fireworks so that when they explode, they spread your ashes about. Then it turned out that a cousin of mine works for the fireworks company who did, amongst other things, the display at the Commonwealth Games over here in the UK. And she said, we'll come along, we'll come out and set this thing up in the field and then set them all off. So that's my dad literally being
I
spread
love
over the field.
it. That is so wonderful.
Also happens to be the first video I've put on my
Now that
YouTube.
you've gave me this idea, I'm thinking of buying a nuclear weapon, and when my mum dies, I'm going to put her ashes in the nuclear weapon and, just fire it off into the universe and blow it up, and then she'll be
Oh.
spread across the whole universe.
There you go.
That's right.
We've heard afterwards that there were one or two people who sort of said, "Wow, that's a brilliant idea. I'm going to put that in my will," because quite a lot of people these days want to be cremated. But it's like, yeah, and then what you do with the ashes?
Right.
So you can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because so many people end up with an urn on their mantelpiece for like 10 years and nobody goes and scatters them everywhere.
And actually, we were quite worried about just how much of the ashes they'd be able to use. So when they turned up Saturday afternoon to settle this up, they said to Mum, here's what's left. And it is a tiny little urn that sits about an inch tall. You know, that's because she said, I want some ashes left. I said, basically, that's what's left. Everything else is built into these. There were 27 dirty great big charges. I mean, they're about 2-inch diameter charges that go up. And it's proper professional gear.
Right.
Yeah.
That's unusual because in Scotland we normally get like a kilogram of ashes, and then you can give big spoonfuls to other members of the family, and they can scatter them where they want to scatter them, and then you know what I mean. So every member of the extended family gets some ashes to scatter where they. So I bet there's lots of gardens with my dad in it, you know.
His ashes were in quite a big tub. You know, there was sort of quite an amount, and we were worried that there'd be a lot left over, but no, I think they went sort of over the top.
Big shout out to that. It's a good memory, to have on at the end, you know.
It's a good honor. Honor your dad, and it's a way to celebrate, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, we'd got a marquee set up, and there was a hog roast, and we think there was probably about 150 people turned up.
Oh, that's great.
Cool.
And most of the people on Facebook were saying how nice it was, and there was one or two Karens who were bitterly complaining. It's like, wow, yeah.
Many whoever hundreds that watched it live from far away around, the neighborhoods and places. Yeah.
Well,
they go like, what's going on there? You know.
When I'd seen somebody point out the Facebook page sort of afterwards, whilst we were still there, slowly getting drunk, and I sort of put a comment in there explaining that yes, this was up at the farm. This was my dad. Those fireworks you saw with his ashes being spread over the field, and everybody's going, "Oh, that's really lovely. That's really nice."
Was the parking lot? Hold on one second. Was it measured like the wind, so the ashes you don't have to wash them out of your car the next day?
Fortunately, the winds have been really strong all day, so they set it up sort of out in the middle of the field, so it wouldn't come down over us or anything. And then as the evening drew on, the wind just dropped, and it was a clear night. It was no wind at all. It was absolutely perfect.
Well, it's a good time. Rest in peace, your dad, and just keep moving forward. You know, you got a good memory at the end right there.
Exactly. And because I was filming this with my phone, so I'm holding it off to one side so I can actually watch it instead of watching it through the camera. And I'm surprised I managed to hold the camera that steady because. Oh boy, I was blubbing like I don't know what.
Yeah. I get it. Been there.
All right, guys, hold on.
I get like that sometimes when I watch this.
All right, somebody say, can you hear me? Very faint. Who was that? I see left lane. He's new. Maybe he wanted to say. Maybe Sean Smith wanted to say something.
Didn't see any greens lit up other than people that were talking.
Yeah, just a minute ago, somebody. Can you hear me? Like very faint. Or maybe I'm.
Whoever said that, say it again.
It's all good.
Can you give me an idea of how much this cost you?
No. Because I don't know. I don't think they've given us the bill yet, but I think it won't be as much as it would cost, for any other
I hope there's a
occasion.
family discount.
Well, exactly. I think there will be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Laurie, chief professor, what you got, man?
I was just reminded of my dad. He passed some years ago, and I also cried. Like I understand if you couldn't necessarily avoid that. What really brought me to tears was my father used to sing to us when we were kids, and he would sing these very melancholic Finnish songs like we would start crying when he sang, because they were so melancholic, but they were beautiful at the same time. So for example, my sister, she would put a blanket on her face so that my father wouldn't see her crying and stop singing because it was so
That's
beautiful
nice.
at the same time. Well, of course, we sang the same melancholic songs on my father's grave, and I couldn't really sing properly. I got way too emotional to really
Freaking
hold the
tough,
note.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was able to. When I went in, what was that? Like 8 years ago. My granddad died, and that was the last granddad I had alive. And it was my mom's dad. And I went to Puerto Rico for a weekend for the festivities of the watching and the whole thing. And my uncle sang a song. And my dad and my brother was already singing in the front. And I went over there, I knew the song. So it was nice. I finished it. My uncle, before I started, he said, like, are you okay? And you messed the song up. We got to keep it together until I finish the song. I said, yeah, I'm good. So we finished the song, and then, I just lost it. But yeah, we held down. It was beautiful, man. I know it's recorded. One of my cousins got it. I never got a hold of that recording. I want to see. She took a bunch of pictures. And I was so skinny back then when I went over there. I don't know, it was work. I was working really hard over here, and I was like 165 pounds. I'm 6 foot tall, and I was just rib cage. Yeah, good times. I'm almost 200 now. Boom.
Yeah, the reason I asked about how much this costs is because my mum's 87. She's in hospital and she's been there 6 weeks, but she's healthy, but she's unable to walk, and she's going through, getting, back out of bed and getting walking again. But I know that very soon that I'm going to lose my mum, and I was thinking this would be something different rather than having us actually sit on somebody's mantelpiece.
Yeah. Well, when I find out what the final bill is, I'll let you know. But we haven't had the bill yet, so. But that they are a professional, a professional firework company. They do stuff all over the country. So
I get that, but this is unique, and it is and it would be something that the whole family could enjoy, and not something where you're raising an urn sitting on a mantelpiece. And a lot of Americans try to do all this stuff with, baby, is it blue or red, blue or pink, you know what I mean? It's like, but this is a celebration of the person's life that every member of the family can enjoy.
It turned out to be better than the alternative, because originally when he just said he wanted his ashes scattered over the field, we thought, what? Put them in the fertilizer spreader and drive up and down the field for a bit,
Oh, you walk about, throwing handfuls out of a butter nut.
Well, we weren't.
Not
No,
exactly.
We weren't going to do that. We were seriously considering at one point putting the fertilizer spread on the back of the tractor and just driving up the field and spreading it about. But then he'd seen somewhere that there were companies who could put your ashes in fireworks. It's like, yep, that's the thing to do. And as it turned out, it was just superb. And I hadn't realised until somebody else pointed out to me, I think yesterday. They said, watch the recording. Nobody is saying a word. They were absolutely rapt, until the last huge golden one went off, and then as that came down, everybody started clapping and cheering, but they were completely silent. I mean, I never noticed that at all. I was in my own little world.
Obviously involved. Yeah.
But
I mean, my stepdad died last year, and I gave his ashes to his real son. You know what I mean? Because he was my stepdad, and I believe he's still got the urn at home, and his wish was to be scattered in the sea where him and my mum had their stationary caravan next to the Isle of Craig. And I said to my brother, like, we'll go down together and we'll scatter the ashes in the sea. He's never got in contact with me to do anything about it, and I feel really awkward about that,
Yeah.
I was going to say, when you're talking about spraying the ashes over the field and plot, I can recall when Joan Rivers died, her daughter took a little plastic bag of her ashes and put it in her pocket, and she walked around New York City and kind of stealthily, because you're not allowed to do this, grabbed a little bit of the ashes, and she would sprinkle them around her mother's favorite places. and they had
right.
yeah.
That sounds so good.
She had a reality. They had a reality TV show that they did together, and this was part of it after she passed. And you see her going around and just looking around and going, and then taking off, you know, because if she got caught, it was not fun.
You should have done what they did. I think they showed it in The Great Escape, but they did this in several camps.
Mm-hmm.
To get rid of, when they were tunneling, to get rid of the dirt, they had special bags inside their trouser legs.
Oh yes.
And they'd walk around and pull a string, and
then they'd kick their legs.
And they kick it.
Yeah.
Well, you could do that with the ashes. You could just sort of
That's
innocently
true. You
stand
could.
there. Oh, just let a little bit out. There you go. Right,
Oh my God.
The ground, do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Jose just
Walk around
showing
with
that
some of these
scene in
ashes
Big
in
Lebowski.
Yeah, this is what I feel that take my mum's ashes and it blows back in my face, and you know it's like,
right.
You know, I couldn't do that.
Well, the wind had been blowing sort of parallel to where the marquee was, so it was going to come from the headland right across the field and down towards the road. So it was never going to come our way, but it really was quite strong all day. And then as the evening drew on, it just dropped away to nothing, and it was a clear night as well. And it's like, well, it couldn't be any better than this, because our worry was it was going to piss it down or something. But
this is the funny thing.
It was with us.
This is the funny thing as well. I mean, half of my family got buried, and half of my family got cremated. So only certain people we got ashes of. Other people are actually, you know, their whole body are in a burial, you know. And I don't know why that is. With some members of my family, they wanted to be buried, and others would be cremated. I don't know. It's just I guess it's a personal thing. When you've got that in your family, where
it's a personal preference.
Do you have that in your family where people decided to be buried and other people?
I've had people buried whole. I've had people cremated. My mom and my dad are cremated. My dad's buried by himself. My mother's buried in her father's grave. My dad's parents, well, his mom and his stepdad are buried together in the same plot.
Yeah, we have family plots. We have family plots where you can put up to 3 bodies in each plot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had it. Grandparents on dad's side, they're cremated. Grandparents on mother's side, they're buried together in the same graveyard. Dad's been cremated. I think mother wants to be cremated. She said, "What about you?" I said, "Well, I don't bloody care. I'll be dead. You can do what you want."
True.
Me.
True.
You do what you want with me. I said, "I'll be past caring at that point." It'll probably be cremation, but like I say, I don't really care. You know, I won't be around to complain. Oh yeah, no, I didn't want this. I wanted that.
Well, people are now doing this thing where you get buried and they plant a tree or your body.
Yes, my uncle, my dad's brother, he's up. It was up Norwich Way or something, I think. Yes, they've got a not a forest. They've got a wood or something. But yes, you're buried in a coffin that breaks down really easily. There is
biodegradable. Yeah.
Yeah. He was buried in one of them, and I think there was, there's a little sort of sapling or whatever planted on top of him, and yeah, he'll break down. The tree will grow up, and Bob's your uncle. Well,
exactly.
Not Bob, but he was my uncle. Yeah.
I've also heard of people that want to be buried at sea, and in order to do that, you actually have to be buried in a lead coffin for some reason, and I don't understand that. Why would you want to put a gigantic lump of lead in the ocean? But yeah, apparently that's the way it has to be done if you're buried at sea.
Well, why not? There's plenty of other scrap metal down there, so why not?
Personally, I don't care if I'm.
Yeah,
personally, I don't care if I'm burned or put in a coffin or put in a sack and buried under a tree, or you put me through a mulcher and spread me on the ground.
Look, far enough in the future, you'll begin to recycle. You'll get recycled because your body contains too many valuable resources.
Soylent Green.
No, I don't know. Sure about Soylent Green. No.
We're in the year that Soylent Green was set in. By the way, we're living in that year right now.
Yep, we certainly are. That's why I avoid McDonald's like the plague.
I have an idea, guys.
No idea what that means.
Yes, Jose.
I have a good idea. Global Mom, you weren't here a few days ago. We need to go back to a very interesting topic. I want your thoughts.
Okay.
The topic is hemorrhoids.
Oh God, no.
What?
I'll mute myself. Go ahead. Hemorrhoids. Tell us about it.
Seriously?
Oh,
Having given
Charles.
birth to children, you're asking me about hemorrhoids?
Didn't we talk about them last time?
Or are we talking about flat earthers?
Yeah, we were talking about hemorrhoids a few days ago. That was Holdon's fault.
Oh, no, those can be bulges. Those can be
Holdon's fault.
bulges.
And now, come on. Hemorrhoids again. I
How
think
many
I
different
brought...
names are there for hemorrhoids?
Yeah.
I've had one hemorrhoid in my whole life, and it did leave a bump on my ass, right? And it's still there now. No, it's,
Tess.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of TMI?
Yes, I have. But I mean, since we're talking about TMI, I'm just going to give you some of my TMI. I've had one hemorrhoid in my life.
But I don't. I
and
think
it's left
people agree.
Jose
Everybody
started
agree.
Yeah,
Blame
my
Jose.
asshole.
Everybody say
you know,
People
hashtag
agree.
blame Jose.
TMI.
Yes, spare us the details.
Let's all talk about chow fonts, why don't we?
Really? Put a poll in.
I got a poll up. Please vote.
Put a poll in.
That's all I voted, don't you worry.
How many people over 40 haven't had a hemorrhoid? Come on.
Come on.
Especially if you go camping in the winter and the snow and all that. Come on. You know what I mean?
Last time we were making jokes and talking about like people we know. We weren't talking about ourselves. Come on, man. Don't put yourself in that spot. 100% say, hey, Thurs. Sorry, I gotta cut you, but 100% of the voters say it's too much information, so we gotta end that.
Listen, I'll tell you about birthing my 2 kids, but I'll keep that to myself, okay?
I voted yes on that. I voted yes on that as well.
You still keep talking about it.
There comes Grenade Head to save the day. Come on, man. Just.
The thing is, I understand when I'm going over the top, you know what I mean? So, you know, I've got a little bit of self-understanding, you know what I mean?
Can we get some proper depth? Huh?
Yeah.
Gotti might be available. Like, that's good. That's a good laugh. Yeah, we need those.
Oh, it feels
Certainly
good
do,
to
because
laugh.
it's been a strange weekend, you know.
It's
Dad
been a
and all
hard,
that.
yeah.
And then watching the TV today and you know, the Queen's funeral and all the rest of it, and it's like, this is weird.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's weird, but my God, Britain does know how to put on pageantry, doesn't it?
Oh, bloody hell, yes. Well, they can't help
Yeah.
looking at those uniforms and thinking, some of them do look a bit rum. I mean, I know they're traditional, but bloody hell. What?
But that's what I'm saying.
Isn't it all tradition that now, though, with all that? It's just all tradition.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, a lot of those uniforms, they're still wearing pretty much what they were during the Napoleonic Wars. 'cause
Yeah, yeah.
that's where the
Yeah,
Grenadier Guards comes from, you know. And
But then some of those army uniforms, it's the Canadian and Australian and New Zealand, they were pretty modern compared to the pageantry of the British uniforms from 1818 stuff like that.
Yeah.
So who's the queen now?
Charles III.
Yes. The Queen's eldest son, who was Prince Charles, who's married to Camilla, he's now King Charles III, and she is Queen Consort.
Yes.
She can't
Can you
become
imagine?
Queen because
no,
she's his second wife, so it doesn't work like that.
Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean is the new king.
But can you imagine any other nation where the son and Charles, the king, Edward, his younger brother, and I can't remember the horse-faced girl, but she's his daughter. They walked
Princess
behind the coffin for like 3.5 miles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can you imagine that happening in any other country in the world?
Yeah, I know. I saw an article the other day. Some guy claims to be the illegitimate child, the child of Camilla and Charles pre-William. And he claims he's next heir. He's heir of the throne or something.
Well,
Bastards don't
unfortunately
have
for
claim
him,
to-
he's wrong because
Yes.
it's William.
Yeah, right.
But look, in the canon of England and Britain, bastards don't have any claim to the throne. Simple as that.
Yeah,
And
because
I'm sorry for using that word, but a bastard son or daughter, they don't have any claim to the throne. You have to be, known as birth to the Queen and King, and
Right.
sanctioned by the church and
You
all
have to be
that.
legitimate. You have to be legitimate.
Yeah, well,
child.
you've got to be a legitimate heir. So, yeah.
But it's amazing how they start coming out of the woodwork when the
Are
queen
you
dies.
going to replace all the money? Yeah.
Yes, the money
Ultimately,
will
yes,
change.
it will be.
Yeah.
It
And
will-
all the
it will-
stamps.
Holy hell.
Yep.
Oh my
All-
God.
All of the banknotes will eventually get changed because everything now that did have the Queen's head and the Queen's image on now has to have Charlie Boy's face on it. So yeah, all the coins, all the notes,
Oh,
all
and
the
God
stamps.
Save the Queen has to be changed to God Save the King now?
Well,
Yeah,
that was
the-
already sung
yeah.
this afternoon. They were singing that in
Oh, wow.
the chapel at Windsor. God Save
Yeah.
God save His Majesty.
No singing, no
Yeah.
singing.
No singing. All of the uniforms, have to change. I mean,
Change.
because
Wow. Yeah.
it's been the Queen everything since the
God, for
50s, and now
70
everything's
years
got
at
to change.
least.
Yeah, everything's got to change.
Yeah, how do you make this mental switch to say His Majesty instead of Her Majesty?
Yeah, when you're used to saying her, yeah, God save the, yeah, exactly.
I
It's
mean,
gonna be a switch. It'll,
There are obviously people who are still about who remember when it used to be, God Save the King, because obviously it was up until the time that she was coronated.
Right.
But just most of us, in our entire living memory, it's been the Queen.
I'm 62 years old, and the only monarch I know is, Queen Elizabeth II.
Exactly. Because she
But what
was
I
Queen in
would-
52 and her coronation was 53.
Right.
What I would say is, I am against us getting rid of the royal family and turning into a presidential, sort of a democracy. Because what's the president going to do as soon as he becomes president and the monarchy is gone? He's going to want to build lots of palaces and presidential places, or take over, the royal places and turn them into his stuff, and it's going to cost billions. I'd rather just leave it the way it is. No, he gets 10 Downing Street, and the family gets all that shit, and we don't have to spend money on that. We spend enough money on changing the fucking postage stamps and the money. You know what I mean?
You mentioned that the Queen was queen for a year before she was coronated. How does that work?
As soon as her father died, she became Queen. But at some point, there has to be the official ceremony and the coronation and all the pomp and majesty and everything else.
You got to
That
plan all
happened in
that.
53. Yeah. But like now, as soon as the Queen died the other Thursday, Charles became King.
Yeah, but
they haven't actually had a coronation yet, have they?
They just had the proclamation, right?
Yeah. But there's, you can see how they love, their pomp and ceremony and everything else. So I'm sure at some
Right.
point there
They're not
will
going to give
be-
up on a coronation.
He can't be coronated. He can't be coronated until the Queen is, getting buried, and they take. You remember? You see? I don't know if you've seen it. The coffin went through and had the scepter and the orb and the crown on it. Now, once she gets to where they're going to bury her, the orb, the scepter, and the crown are taken off and put up on the dais, and then that she's no longer queen, and then he can take power, and he will be given the orb, the scepter, and crowned, and that's when he officially becomes the king.
Right, I was just having a quick look. It's his coronation is codenamed Operation Golden Orb, and all they know at the moment is it's probably going to be some point next year.
What I'm amazed at
Because you-
is on you go, Love.
I was going to say, because you also got to figure heads of state have to be there, so there's schedules to deal with as well from other people.
Yeah. It's
Not
it takes
just
a hell of a lot, of planning. I mean,
yeah.
the Queen's coronation, I think that took them, to say it something like 16 months. You know, between her, you know, automatically taking over the role and then actually being coronated. You know, between 1952 and 1953, I think it was 6 months. 16 months between the two. So this one probably won't be quite as long, but you're right. There's so many people involved, and you know, so many diaries to check. And although I'm sure in a lot of
literally
cases,
like a massive
diaries
wedding.
will get,
You've got
it'll
to plan
get
it
cleared
out.
for it. Oh, you've got an invite to King Charles III's. You know,
Save the date.
Yeah, I'll clear my
That
diary
kind of
for
thing.
that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got to remember as well, she was supposed to be buried on Sunday, but they couldn't get it all together, and they put it off for another day, and you know, her procession was on Monday. So even so much as this is stuff that's been, you know, written into the books for probably years, you know what I mean? They still had to, you know, put off the
had it
procession
down
on
as a
Sunday and take it to Monday. Yeah.
It was down as a 10-day process, and because she died on the Thursday, that meant her state funeral would have been on the Sunday. And they said, no, we ain't doing that. We'll bump everything forward by a day. So the state funeral was today, and I'm fairly sure they declared today was a bank holiday. And I think now going forward, this day
It'll be a bank holiday.
it'll be whether bank holidays usually on a Monday. You know, the convenience of making it a 3-day weekend. So it might be one of those bank holidays where they'll just say it's, you know, what are we on? What we the third Monday in September or something.
Oh, I see. Just set as actual. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, because we have a bank holiday.
That.
We have a bank holiday at the end of August, and it's always a Monday. But you see, that actual date's always going to change, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's always the last Monday of the month.
Yeah, instead of setting the
bank
actual
holiday.
day, they'll set the actual day of the week and say, okay, so many, like you said, the third Monday in September, automatic, boom. Instead of following the actual day sheet, the
I
day
think
of the
that's what
funeral.
we're on. I think we're on.
That makes sense.
Monday?
It's like that's how we do Thanksgiving. It's always the fourth Thursday in November. There's no set actual date. Just the fourth Thursday in November.
I don't think it was just that. I think it was the fact that she actually died in Scotland and not in England. I mean, if she'd have died in, you know, her normal place in London, I think the 10-day thing would have worked. But the fact she died in Balmoral in Scotland, that probably added at least a day, maybe more, onto it.
True.
You know? Yeah.
Could have.
Yeah, don't know, but I mean that's what ended up happening because we have 2 bank holidays in May, the first Monday of May and the last Monday of May.
Wow.
You can't say it's on such and such a date. Yeah, Christmas Day is always the 25th of December, but a lot of most of these other times they're just a particular day of the month, and it's always that day of the month. I mean, I know the ridiculous one is Easter because that has to be.
That one's always
different.
different. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So, Farmer, what I hear you saying is enough generations go by and you'll only have 3-day weekend.
Pretty much.
Well, actually, we sometimes has 4-day weekend because you can get the Friday and the Monday off.
Oh,
so that's
true.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and that does happen. I think a couple of times a year. You know what I mean? In Britain.
I don't think. I think when Charles goes, you won't get the same thing. I think it's because
I doubt it.
You know, she's been queen for so bloody long that you sort of think, let's sort of mark the event. You know.
No thanks, hot mic.
Oh, sorry. I was just
about
blown
to
away.
mute you.
I'm just blown away by all the things. I mean, I'm just glad I dropped everything to join this show.
Well, welcome.
I would also say that the problem that we have with Charles is the same thing that we had with, the Queen's consort, Elizabeth's husband. He would say some crazy things when he went with her to, overseas,
Yeah. Oh, he was famous for it.
He was famous for it. And Charles had been famous also for making political statements and stuff that shouldn't be voiced by a member of the royal family. And I think that's why he's a controversial king,
But I don't think he'll be doing that anymore.
Let's hope not.
I fucking hope not.
Well, you see, he's king now, there will be plenty of people saying, you really can't be doing that anymore. You know.
And yet, I've seen 2 videos already where I'm complaining about fucking pens, and now people think he hates pens, and it's like, oh my god, you know. Like,
I thought that was
control
perfectly
yourself,
understandable.
yeah.
You know, he's now become king. Something he's wanted all these years. It's finally happened, but because his mum's died, you know, he was under a lot of stress.
I can understand that.
Yeah. I'll let
My
him off
turn.
for that.
My turn.
Give him that. Yeah.
Let's see. I want to test my skills. Okay. First of all, big shout out to everybody watching. We got 36 watching and 41 likes. Now, but there's a bunch of people that left and didn't leave a like, and some people watching haven't hit the thumbs up. So please do so now. Also, share the show if you want to. You're welcome to join us in the Discord server, the Daily Boom. And there's a link where you can support. It's a PayPal link or super chat. All your question, comments, or responsible trolling, etc. will be read. And I got a question for... Oh, hi. No thanks. You're back. No thanks. I'm going to ask you a question. Why is a plane... Well, an airplane, right? Why is it called a plane even though it has a bunch of curves, more like a dolphin shape? Go ahead.
Because you're obviously I mean, if you want it the etymology answer, right? It's because you're flying in a plane, over a plane, in a planar fashion.
Okay.
What's your take on it?
Do you think? No, yeah, I think I could just call it Susie or Miriam or something, you know, whatever name you make up.
I mean, you call a sailboat that's got a sail, right? So you're sailing.
No, the word gravity trigger you or thing because gravity is, you know, things go down or fall or density or equilibrium or forces or bending, whatever it is, there's an action that we are sitting down, we're stuck to the earth, things drop. Why is it so difficult to understand that associated with the word gravity? Things go down.
But gravity doesn't trigger me. I believe in gravity. I believe in down is down. I don't. If you want to just take it as simple as that, there's absolutely no proof that.
Yeah, I think I remember. Yeah, you touched into that. Like you don't disagree with gravity, right?
Oh, I definitely disagree with like space time and that we're measuring something from the center of the Earth called gravity. But there's a downward vector that is most likely created, in electromagnetic fields. The ones that we can detect and measure, the measurable things on this Earth.
Questions. Glover Mommy, got any question for no thanks? Let's do a quick round. Try to everybody participate, whoever wants.
Kudos on believing in gravity. Okay. But airplane is not because they fly on a plane. It's because of the wings. They name it airplane because of the wings.
Right, yeah.
The wings are on a plane. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you say so.
Yeah.
I mean, air wings. Let's get in the air wing. I mean,
The wings are on a plane. They're like a actual, well, never mind. You know what I mean. It's not because it flies over the plane of the Earth. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, I mean, you can take it however you want to take it. Yeah.
I got a question for you. Satellites, as for GPS, as for space, what do you think about that? But before you answer, I want to throw a big shout out to Pronon 1990. Pronon just supported the channel with $6.66. I appreciate that, man. Long live King Joe's. Long live the frogs. Pronon 1990. King Jose. I think it was a typo. Long live King Jose and long live the frogs. Yeah. Thank you, brother.
I'll vote for you.
I appreciate the support, man. Satellites, as for the rocket was dropping the satellites, these devices that will orbit the Earth. Now, when it's going around, giving a signal. What do you think about that? No thanks, satellites.
I mean, they could, I don't know how satellites work exactly, but I've seen them launched on balloons. I've seen the Lorraine towers that can send signals over long distances. There's really, no need for satellites orbiting a planet, right? So if there was a satellite orbiting a planet, there's no reason that we can't see China, or China wouldn't just shoot them down as they cross over the path, things like that. But you just fly them straight up into the air, and they can just stay on a balloon up in the air if you need to extend your a radio wave or a signal that you're sending.
All right. Anybody want to specifically address the point that he made? If not, somebody want to ask a new question, but hopefully somebody can address what he say, whatever you thought.
Well, I mean,
Duffy's first. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can take any SDR kit for GPS and confirm that satellites are indeed passing overhead at thousands of miles per hour. So whatever the signals are coming from, at a minimum, they have to be moving thousands of miles per hour.
Yeah, things in the sky can definitely move. Yeah.
Yeah, thousands of miles per hour. That's something that's in our atmosphere. It's not like a balloon or anything. Or it's not a tower for sure.
We know if we release something to the air, like a balloon, it stays there. It doesn't move at all.
Does anybody remember?
Hold on, Thurs. No thanks. You want to address any of those points? And then Thurs after.
Well, I wasn't sure. I mean, if you were saying that it stays, if you put a balloon up in the air and it stays due to Coriolis force holding it down, or
No, I just said it just stay there. We know, right? You know, if we release a balloon, it just stay there up in the air above us. Doesn't move at all. Never.
Thurs, you got a comment in relation to this? Go ahead before we go too far.
Yes, I've got a comment. The first time that people put satellites up into space, to provide GPS positioning, they didn't realize that Einstein was right about the farther out you go, there's a difference in time. And so when they put the first satellites up, GPS satellites, within an hour or two, they were hundreds or thousands of miles out of position, and they realized that Einstein was right. And the further from the Earth's surface you go, there's a tiny slight change in time, and your GPS system doesn't bloody work. And they had to put into every satellite they put up after that, they had to put in a time adjustment so that your GPS system works. You can check that, it's factual. Thank you.
All right, good. Solid statement. No thanks. Go ahead. You dress up. The first satellite. Now, I don't care about this first and who, finding out the details. I care about, to this year only, like dozens, hundreds of satellites maybe, or those little ones, Starlink of Elon Musk thing. So what do you think about all those satellites? Balloons? I mean, I don't know. It doesn't add up with balloons, all those satellites. No thanks. How about the orbit? What do they stay up? Is it some kind of a drone? Is it some solar power where the aerodynamics must be perfect? And what is this circuit around a flat Earth? If it's a circuit, or maybe it's going from east to west and going through a portal or something. It's either going through a portal, east to west or west to east, or in an angle, going to one side and entering for other, or is it a circular type of thing with all the continents rearranged somehow circular, or is it a globe? What do you think? No thanks. Or other, maybe other. He's processing the answer. Hopefully.
Did I miss a question there? Why can't people answer?
So I just asked about the shape. I didn't even ask about what, how do they stay up, Hydra. But I asked only about the shape of their orbiting or circling of something. All right, he gone.
Gravity. Well. Have you ever heard of gravity?
This is what one would see if satellites on flat Earth. Shout out to Glover Mommy. Glover Mommy, thank you for participating, and stay as long as you want. If you cannot talk, it's okay. You can hang out with us, and I appreciate you jumping in and hanging out with us.
A lot of people don't understand that when you fire a satellite up into Earth's orbit, you're not just firing it up and then holding it there. It needs to have a certain momentum forward in order to try to hit Earth but miss it. That's what an orbit is. It's trying to come down to Earth, but because of its speed, it misses. No, and therefore it stays in a circular orbit. It's trying to come down, but it's going forward so fast that it doesn't come down, but the gravitational pull keeps it going round in a circle. That's what orbital mechanics is.
Big Blue, I want to ask you a question. If you are here, if you're available, why is it called a plane when the Earth is round and the plane is flying? This is the stupidest question I have made out today. Sorry. Blue probably busy doing all this stuff. No, and actually, yeah, I'm actually ready to get out of here. It's been a solid 3 hours, I think, or 2 hours, either 2 or 3 hours. It feels like 2, but it feels like 3 at the same time.
Oh, it feels like no time has passed at all, though.
Yeah, I know. It's
and
like
fun.
Either 2 or 3 hours is past, definitely.
Yeah.
Let's do a round of final thoughts.
It's
Everybody
more like
can.
4.
Jose,
speak your
Jose,
piece. Go ahead.
Jose, if I give you $20, will you stay online for another 20 minutes?
Oh man, that's tempting. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna give you $20, man.
Yeah, I could eat with $20, man. Yeah. It's
There
a
you
struggle,
go.
man.
You
yeah,
could.
a few people. Yeah, I got a few super chats and a few PayPals. I really appreciate it. But
Look
a
at your
little bit more.
PayPal.
Shit.
Look at your PayPal. I'm going to give $20. Give us 20 minutes more. Okay.
Hell yeah, I'll stay half an hour more.
Yeah, Jose, when you're having fun.
Yeah, I just gotta step out for a few minutes. I'm gonna let you guys take the floor.
Wait, before,
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before you go, when you have fun, that times fly. It's been 4 hours, not 3.
Yeah, I know it's gonna happen probably because now I'm gonna take care of the dogs. Probably eat a quick snack. So 10-15 minutes, I'll be back. You know, I'll be hanging around. And there's a few moderators. You guys, can keep the discussion flowing. Whatever topics you want to bring. No health, the big C, big cough. None of that topic and none of politics, and everything else is fair game.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna.
I love that picture of. Is that Astronomy Live? I think. Yeah, the ISS.
What, the ISS and the shuttle?
The shuttle right there. Yeah.
I gotta put up a picture.
Looks like the shuttle, doesn't it?
I think so. I think it's a shuttle.
What picture? I don't see it.
Doofus put it up at 5 after the hour, 3:05 your time.
Oh yeah. I had that.
Yeah, you have it up right
there you
now.
go. Yeah, I'll leave it up. For that.
I mean, that is amazing.
Given the size of it, I mean, when they can down on the ground here with telescopes take photos of the ISS, and they can say, look, there's the ISS.
Right.
And they were launching a Dragon X capsule, and then a day later, oh look, here's another photo of it, and you can see it's docked. And they're still going, it's just a light in the sky. We don't know what it is.
The fact that it changes with what is attached to it and what's not attached to it.
Wasn't there a French chap a few years ago took a photograph that was that good you could see the astronauts doing a spacewalk?
I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
I think there was. It's going back a few years, and I think it was a French guy, but I can't remember. But I have seen the photos.
Damn good telescope.
Well, I mean,
or whatever.
The astronauts are like a blob, but you can tell. You can
tell there's
something. You can look at the
there.
ISS and go, right. Well, that wasn't there. That wasn't there the day before, the week before. That's that's taken during the time when they knew they're doing one of those, 7 or 8 hour spacewalks.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the fact that things do change, it's not just the same form every time. Nothing ever changes. That should give people a clue.
No, but the thing is, everything changes. This is why I think the people who talk about flat Earth and all that, and they complain about science is always changing. They've always changed their mind.
Right.
They're always changing their books. Yes, because we learn new information.
Right.
We know that we understand things better, and therefore we change the information to be more truthful in the way that we see
the up to date
universe.
and accurate. Yeah. They think science, once you figure something out, oh, it's absolute, it's settled, there's nothing more to learn, which is complete bunk. There's always more to add and learn to it.
Every time we build a new, telescope, or a new, we discover a new form of metal or whatever, we can use that. That changes the way that we look at the world.
Right.
And therefore it changes. It doesn't mean that anything before it was fake. It's just what we believed before. But now
come on,
something different.
We based on the information we had before. As new information came in, we changed it.
Exactly.
It was
Come on,
changed.
you know that Einstein debunked gravity, so gravity doesn't exist anymore, right?
That's right. He debunked Einstein's. He didn't supersede Einstein's gravity according to the flat earthers. Therefore, it was Einstein's gravity, not Isaac Newton's gravity in their brains.
She didn't debunk it. He was looking at what we would call closed gravity, on a planet or within a solar system. Einstein extended that belief and that understanding, the science of gravity, not just for a planet and a moon or a solar system, but for a galaxy. You know what I mean? And basically a universe.
According to flat earthers, he totally replaced it, though. That's what I was saying. In their brains.
He didn't.
No, but that's according to some flat earthers. That's what they think, that he's took over. Yeah, they think it's two separate gravities or two separate whatever. They don't get its knowledge. It's just more precise, accurate knowledge of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, a bit like saying, I've learned a new way to make, chitzols, or, I don't know what they call them. Those are, but it doesn't mean that making bread it doesn't work. You know what I mean? Yeah,
that's what I'm
still
saying.
make
Right,
bread.
right.
I can also make schnitzels or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It's still the same dough. It's just making different things out of it, kind of deal. Yeah. But yeah, that's what always, the people don't see the. They always complain, like we said before, about. Oh, it's ancient. You were looking at ancient people who did this because we can test it and repeat it. They keep going back to the ancient people as far as what they thought the earth looked like. Therefore, that's what it is today. Because that's what my eyes see, not realizing their eyes are very faulty. So it's just, I tell you.
Not only are humans' eyes faulty, but humans' brains are pretty faulty.
Humans' brains are faulty too. Exactly.
Yeah. We can think we see a thing because we expect to see a thing.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people say that's what I saw, but a lot of people who walk in, they went to see a thing. They say, "Well, that's not what I saw," and then you've got two people arguing about each other. Well, it's not what I saw, but I've seen this. I've seen it. You know what I mean?
In most cases for flat earthers, it's not that their eyes are faulty, because they'll see that there's something in the distance that is half obscured by the surface of the earth. They will not allow the conclusion that the earth is in the way, even though that's what their eyes are seeing.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not even on that level of seeing that. You know what I mean? Somebody could be prepped. Say you're in a magic show, and they're prepping you, because that's what they do. It's all about prepping you, all the stuff they say on stage and all the pizzazz and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And say you come in halfway through the show and you miss the prepping, and then you see something go in front of you, go, I can see what he's doing. But they've diverged, they've prepped everybody that's been in the show before you get in. They've prepped you not to look at what's going on.
It's all about misdirection and getting you to getting you to see what they want you to see.
You miss the misdirection, and you come in and you see the half end of the show, and you go, I didn't see what you saw. And that's how the human brain can be, manipulated.
Right. No, it's just.
My favorite demonstration of misdirection was a TV show that played here in the States. I don't know about overseas. Called Brain Game.
Oh, I
And
think I've seen that. Mm-hmm.
they have an amazing thing about misdirection where they're like, okay, they put, I believe it was a bunch of dancers on the stage with a couple spotlights, and they go, count how many times the dancers enter the spotlight.
Mm-hmm.
So you're sitting there counting on your couch, you know, counting how many times, and then it ends and they go, okay, who saw the penguin walk across the stage?
Yep, exactly.
Oh yeah.
I love that. Yeah.
Or what color was the chair they were walking by, or something like that. Yeah. Totally unrelated to the lights. Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm saying. I mean, this is a relative, you know, it's very poignant. When people are trained in the special services in Britain, they're set on a course in one of the parts of the training, and you've not got a sergeant or anything like that shouting at you. You just like you've got 3 days to survive in the wilderness, and occasionally somebody coming up to you, what did you see? Some of these questions are: you crossed a bridge. How many stanchions were there on the bridge? No. You go across the bridge and you walk by beams that hold the bridge up. How many did you count? And you could be disqualified because you didn't remember that. Now, a lot of people aren't even going to be looking at that or counting it, but some people count all that stuff. You know, and that's the people they're looking for to become special forces. People who remember everybody's thing.
Everything they see. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so funny though. What to do? But yeah, I mean, it's just all meant. It's, I don't know. I tend to think a lot of people believe in the flat Earth. A lot of the ones I've seen, and even First Amendment auditors, they just don't like any kind of authority. So anything they're told, it's kind of like, we don't want to hear it, you know?
Well,
we're going to plug our ears and not listen to you, and we're going to fight it.
But it's not that they don't like authority, because they always go back to, well, my pastor said this, my pastor, you know what I mean? Or the guy that I believe, Nathan John, he said this, and I believe that, and I'm not going to believe anything else. So they do believe in authority. They just believe in
the wrong kind of authority. Yeah, there you go. That's what I should have said. Yeah. They have issues with authority. It's their kind of authority, not the authority they, even their mothers. Oh my God. Even their parents, I bet you they don't want to listen to.
But there's that guy who, I don't know what his name is, he does a lot of flat earth videos from his car. But he did one from his kitchen one time. And his wife walked by behind him and says,
"Oh, Cece. Oh my God, you saw with this bullshit, you idiot. Jeez."
But then why did he release
Why did he even
video?
upload it? He released it. It's still on his channel.
Yeah.
It's so fucking embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. Oh
Do you think maybe he's just trolling?
I think he's a giant Poe. I really do, because you listen to his videos, it's just random thoughts. There's nothing cohesive there. He just bounces from one thought to another. And it's just, he feels the need to just expound on his channel, expound on his channel and just his random thoughts.
Yeah. I used to read a lot of science fiction, books when I was 8, 9 year old, and I had random thoughts back then. But, when I went to school and the teacher told me something, I accepted that as considered fact. Now, those considered facts when I was 8 or 9 year old changed by the time I was 14.
Yeah, because you learn different.
They're changed now, you know what I mean? So
right.
I've actually changed my views on what was considered fact over my lifetime. But you talk to these flat earthers and it's like they've never changed a single thought in their mind. They just keep arguing and trying to find some random rubbish that they can throw at you to say,
Yep,
oh,
yep.
this is true. You know what I mean? It's like, why have you not, grown as a human being? Why is your intellect not expanded and grown and learned more? You know what I mean? Yeah.
It's like they tell us you don't have open minds. We have open minds. Theirs are closed because they don't want to hear anything else. They have what I call selective hearing and selective memory. They only pull out what they want to pull out for them from their memory, and they'll only hear what they want to hear.
Yeah,
And then
so
they'll
there's
throw it back in your face.
pesky fact, like water laying level, right? And like not feeling the spin of the earth, like really, and how all things could be even with the stars spinning and not the earth, and where relativity, all that stuff. Just because the earth is observed as stationary and level and horizontal doesn't mean it has to be.
Right.
That's not what I see.
That's not what you see,
And
right?
And why would you feel it moving, considering just how slowly it's moving?
Right.
And it's constant.
Exactly.
You wouldn't notice it. Why would you expect to?
Right. Why would you expect a moving thing to be moving? Yeah, silly.
Why would you expect to why would you expect to feel something that's moving at half the speed of the hour hand on your watch?
Yep. Exactly.
Right. Yeah. So right. Exactly. Right. So like just hanging on to those things, like where we should have some kind of measurable, something measurable from this accelerating, spinning Earth.
It's not accelerating.
You do. Yeah, we have plenty of measurements of Earth's rotation. Would you like some?
The sidereal rotation, but not the orbital rotation. Yeah. So what does that prove? That the stars are spinning, or that the Earth?
Gyroscopes.
It proves the Earth is rotating. That's what.
Yeah.
If you want to quibble over what kind of motion is being detected, you will have to agree then that if we have evidence of sidereal rotation, then it's not stationary, right?
Well, you're calling it the rotation of the Earth, when we all can objectively observe the stars rotating, the sun rotating.
They appear to rotate from our perspective.
The question is, on the table, are the stars rotating? Is the sun rotating? Or are they when the Earth is rotating? Right, so that's the question. So when you're saying, no, I can prove something.
The Earth's rotating. We already know that.
Right, if we've already used gyroscopic means to determine a measurement of rotation has occurred, and gyroscopes only measure what they're affixed to, whether or not that object is rotating. When we affix them to Earth, we've already answered the question that you keep asking. Yes, the Earth is rotating.
Right, so they're claiming that they're affixed to the air or the Earth, right? Those are the two, right? The two things.
Nothing's affixed to the air. It's
nothing?
affixed to the Earth.
Oh, okay. So the sun and the stars, they're in the air. What are they in?
Right.
They're in
What are
the.
they in?
They're in.
Right?
They're in the universe.
Now, what are we going?
Don't address the issue of the gyroscopes affixed to the Earth.
Right.
Let's now look at the sun again, and not address the thing that I said, which was when they're affixed to the Earth, they measure the Earth's rotation because that's what they're affixed to.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's go back to looking at the sun again, right? Is that the next question you have? Look at the sun again.
How are they not affected by the air that they're in?
How would they be affected by the
How
air?
are they not affected by what?
How would they be? No, the
placed
question is, what mechanism would the air have on affecting that gyroscope? What would it do?
Yep.
Yeah, so it would rotate as we can see it in the sky, right? The sky rotates.
Okay.
How can you differentiate
the question? The question is, how does the sun, the stars affect the gyroscope? What mechanism does it rotate the gyroscope?
So how did the stars and the sun move? That's what your question is?
No, that's not what my question is. You posited that the sun and the stars are causing the gyroscope to rotate. By what mechanism is my question?
Right, the mechanism that rotates the sun and the stars. I don't think you know it.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Do you know
don't
it?
have an answer to the question.
Right, how can you differentiate what's rotating the sun and the stars from what you're measuring with a gyroscope that's could be in the same medium as the sun and the stars?
Well, since the
thing that you're having an issue with is the fact that the gyroscope is reading rotation. What is it that gyroscopes do?
Well, a gyroscope does change its reading depending on altitude, and that would not happen if it was the Earth spinning. So, I mean, I'm trying to help you out, but
You don't have data for that, because I know that you'll cite Bob's word that that's what happened.
data.
Right, you'll cite Bob's word that that's what happened, but the data that he presented shows otherwise.
Yeah, when you move a gyroscope on a vertical, it seems to change. Yeah.
Right.
Could you
and
please provide- hold on.
it seems that you're not
the
listening to the
axis-
conversation, so I'll say it one more time. You're citing Bob's word that that's what happened, yet the data that Bob published shows otherwise.
Maybe he's not, doofus.
So you're telling me that so you're telling me that the only person to ever check a gyroscope at different elevations but the same the same GP was Bob. Of all the millions of people on Earth, nobody else thought to do this. He's a flat earth.
Can you give me who you're citing then? Because I know it's Bob.
Well, we can just stick with Bob. I mean, you tell me that only one person, being a flat earther, was smart enough to do this?
Regardless of who is not smart enough to do or not do a test, your citation for the effect that altitude has on gyro compasses or gyroscopes, your citation for that is only Bob and nobody else.
Well, I mean, that also depends on what you believe Coriolis is. Is it moving with the Earth or separate from it?
Coriolis got nothing to do with gyroscopes, mate.
Well, I mean, it depends. You could find a way out if you.
Coriolis has got nothing to do with gyroscopes.
No, it does not.
Oh, it doesn't? I mean, according to what?
No, it doesn't.
Coriolis.
No, Coriolis has got nothing to do with gyroscopes.
Okay. Oh, maybe we'll just say words. I got you.
With all due respect, we're getting off the point. No tanks.
Yeah, we are getting off the point. I was trying to say something earlier on. Can I just say something? Have any of you been to a fairground where you go into one of these big giant wheels and you lie against the wall, and then it starts to spin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It starts to spin, and then not only does it spin, just circular. Then it starts to rise up in the big arm and tilt it over, up and down. So you're actually flying out. And when I'm 62, I remember when I was 18, people would actually, because you weren't strapped in, you were just holding on to bars, right? And people would actually get out of the bars and stand up with their legs to the outside of the wheel and put their arms out and go, and try and feel the gravity and stuff. No, you can't do that now because because
I used to do that too, Terse. But I'm telling you, if you're telling me that
the four folk, let me finish. The four
if you're telling everybody that we're all standing on the ceiling.
Oh my God! I mean, I'm not finished. I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished. Give me a minute. I think what was it said? You've got a minute or 2 minutes, but keep it short. But you keep and it's going to make it longer. People used to do this back when I was 18. You can't do it now because they strap you in because they don't want people doing that in case fucking shit happens, right?
Well, yeah, people get killed.
Yes, exactly. People used to do that when I was 18. And that proves the fact that, the rotational, the rotational fucking, speed keeps you stuck to the wall. But people used to stand up and push against it and stand up, and that was allowed back in the 70s, but not now.
Are you done?
I'm done now.
Okay. I just want to know who agrees with Terse that we're all standing on the sky.
I would like to see the
We're
data
standing
set
on
that
the
you were.
Earth with the sky above us.
Well, I mean, the gravitron would mean you're standing on the sky. Right? I've been
No,
on
it would not. No, it would not.
No.
I would like to see the data set that you were referencing that has elevation change affecting a gyroscope. Could you please
then will
provide
you
that,
open your
Jose?
mind and change? And then will you open your mind and finally understand that the Earth is most likely not a ball?
It would give me something new to reference. Could you please provide that citation?
Yeah, I'll see if I can grab it for you. Along with, I guess, the voltage changing, as you go up in the air as well, right? That would help you.
Actually, I am pretty good on that. If I could just have the citation you claimed you had. will you please provide it?
Well, Doofus claimed I had it.
Well, bring me a double bacon burger when you're way back.
I mean,
So
if you don't have the citation and the data set of this claim, then we're left with what Doofus said, that you're just going on Bob's word. And if that's what we're doing, Bob's a notorious liar. So
yeah, we have.
Have any? You know, if he's such a liar, and so many people. I mean, if this is who we're even talking about.
Well, why don't you provide the data set? Then we know exactly who we're talking about, and we're not forced to speculate. So once again, we're waiting on you to provide the data set you claim you have.
Oh, okay. But yeah, but have you? I mean, you know, the crazy. Have you tested it? I mean, you're already standing on the ceiling. It might be
none of that matters. The only thing that matters is you claimed you had a data set, and I've asked to see it, and you're trying to avoid it. Can you please provide the data set?
Or maybe he don't want to provide
that.
Maybe he don't want to provide that. Yeah, now.
Yeah, I'll hook you up later on. You just got to show me that you understand the Earth is flat first.
Let's entertain the colors around it, you know, and forget about the matter.
You don't have to understand something
forget about the matter
yet
it's
to be
made
proven.
I mean, apparently you're proving that you stand on the ceiling of the sky of Earth. Because
We don't stand on the sky. We stand on the ground. The sky's above us.
Yeah, I never heard nobody saying that. And
No, nobody said that.
He just said you stick to the outside of the container, proving gravity.
The Earth is the container.
No, that wasn't what he
because
said.
okay,
It can be a
guys, hold on.
container. Go ahead.
Yeah, because that was slightly a different topic. That's about centrifugal force,
Right,
and that
different.
took us out of the Coriolis that we were talking about. So that's why it got conflated one with another, you know.
Yeah, I saw that. I was going to straighten it out. Yeah, I saw that when I mentioned Coriolis. You went right to the gravitron ride and said, "Look, this proves what I'm talking about." And it proves that you're walking on the ceiling. I mean, it proves that it's an amusement ride. And it's fun.
Yeah, it's an amusement ride that's on the ground.
You don't understand what I was trying to
I'm going to point it out every single time that you're lying about somebody else's position because you keep doing it. It's on purpose.
Well, maybe Turks can make himself more clear. What was he pointing out about
if you let me talk, I will explain what I'm talking about. The centrifugal force is the reverse of gravitational force. Gravitation is pulling you towards the center of the Earth. Centrifugal force is throwing you out from the center of a spinning object, right? But it's the same. If you let me finish, it's the same kind of force. It's not a force that you can measure, but it is a force that you can feel.
You can feel it, you can measure it. It has acceleration.
What did you say?
Yeah, you can feel it, you can measure the acceleration, you can all these things. Yeah. What do you mean you can't? And it's the opposite of what it is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But we have gravitational calculations that you say don't exist. Centrifugal force, calculation. Probably you don't think exists either because you think. It's some magical thing that does it.
You're on your own. You got 5 minutes. You and Ters, you got 5 solid minutes to nobody interrupt. And then Doofus, you gotta make a point. Please, everybody, be patient. Giving a few minutes because Ters is on his own with no things. Let's see how they go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not here to battle you, but I mean, you're making up these, you're making up the size of the Earth and imagining the size of Venus, and imagining the size of Jupiter, and then imagining the size of the Moon, and then you come up with a calculation. It does nobody any good. That's it. Done.
We know the calculations for the circle of the fairground, and how much you can put speed into that, which doesn't damage people but gives them the feeling of 1.5 G, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. Because we don't want to give them too much G's. It's not like a 9G fucking turn on an airplane, but the gravitation of a planetoid like the Earth or the Moon. I mean, even the Moon, there's I think it's almost a quarter to a third of the gravitation of the Earth. Yeah, there's still gravitation, and it's because you're being sucked in towards the centre of that body, or in a fairground, you're being thrown out for the centre. A calculated gravitational force, and people can fight against it. You can fight against the gravitation there. You can jump in the air, but you're going to come down. And same on the Moon. You can jump in the air in the Moon, but you will be pulled down. What's pulling you down? I mean, there's no air on the moon.
There's nobody jumping up and down on the moon, Terrence. I mean, even if
Let me finish with you quick.
Well, then that's going to be the whole 5 minutes if I let you finish.
Yeah. We got to keep it shorter.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, if you jump into there in the moon, up into the, up in the moon, there's no air, so there's no density. Why do you fall down?
Are you happy with those examples on the moon? No thanks.
Of course not. I mean, right? I mean, you don't even have to be a flat earther to know that the moon landing is not real. Nobody's jumping up and down with golf clubs and doom buggies on the moon. It's ridiculous.
Real quick, before we start chasing him on the ridiculous things that he says constantly, we don't really have to mess with all that, because he did make a claim, a positive claim, that there is a relationship between altitude and rotation rate measured, which he doesn't have any data to back up his assertion for.
Purse.
Yeah, let Teresa know thanks for a few more minutes there.
Yeah, so I mean, it's okay if you believe in the moon, but that doesn't prove. Listen, according to your standard, right? Like we can fake little g, right, or big. So if I throw or a big G, right, or so if I throw a cat at a wall at a certain speed, it proves that the Earth is being thrown at a wall like a kitten because it's the force acting upon it. Now you can simulate things as much as you want. That doesn't mean you're standing on a ball. You're not standing on a ball, obviously. Yeah.
Okay, but on the moon, you jump in the air, or you jump up in the moon, and you fall back you fall back much slower, right? Because there's no air. Right?
Well, I mean, if a unicorn flies me to the moon,
the gravitational pull of the moon is still a big body, but it's like I think 25%.
It's just a calculation with no proof.
Keep talking over me. I'm sorry.
Well, you keep going on about the moon.
I'm done. Right, on you go. You just talk. You just.
I just want to kind of cut you off a little bit because you keep going on the moon. Like that's going to really hit home for me when you can see that the moon landings are fake. Like, I mean, you're not going to prove that the Earth is a ball by showing me how they fake that the moon is a ball. I mean, it's not a good reasoning. Right? I mean, and you don't have to be a flat earther to realize that they faked the moon landing. I mean, it's pretty easy to see.
Is there any other examples and details that you can give, Thurs, besides like the moon? Because he's not gonna believe if we give an example as an analogy what would happen.
Does everybody here believe you went that somebody went to the moon and rode around on the moon, or
maybe?
I do.
I mean, is there anybody who doesn't?
And we're going back. I believe we're going back as well.
Yeah.
The problem we have here is we're talking about things and we're trying to come to a conclusion about how we think about things. Now, if I say that I believe you think the moon is I don't know, some kind of just a glow in the sky or something, right? But I'm saying, it's actually a body that we can land on and do things in. All I'm saying is, can you look at it from my point of view, while I try to look at it from your point of view, and then we talk about it, back and forth. But if you're just going to say everything I talk about is fake, then we don't have a conversation.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're looking for middle ground. That's why I'm trying to cut you off. Like the moon is not middle ground. Yeah, I was just trying to cut you off. Not middle ground. Yeah, I mean, the moon could very well just be electromagnetic. It does seem to align somewhat with the sun, right? So it's like causation and correlation, right? It doesn't mean that it's a physical thing, but there does seem to be some sort of a electromagnetic reflection that correlate between the moon and the sun. Yeah, absolutely. And you can demonstrate it on a flat Earth, but
what do you think the sun is? What do you think the sun is?
I'm not sure.
Because if there's a moon, just say there's a correlation between moon and sun, but you're not sure what either or is, what they are.
I mean, it seems to be a reflection because of things that, the moon seems to be a reflection of some sort because you can't triangulate it. You can't, you can't get the same spot at noon that we were talking about, the polar noon, right? It seems to be, like a 3,000 mile wide, or is it 4 mile wide area where everybody thinks the sun is right underneath of them. You can't. When you use the sun to try to get parallel rays, you have to measure from the center of the sun, not the outside of the sun. It doesn't really seem to jive with it being.
You must have a
anything but a
theory.
reflection.
Yeah, you must have a theory. You must have a visualization in your mind. Can you, in speculation, what you think makes sense to you? What do you think it is and how it works? Whatever's on your mind. We're not going to hold you into it because it's speculation, and that's.
Yeah, I can speculate. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't speculate.
Give us more.
Yeah, I can't speculate to exactly what it is, but I would say to start looking at everything on Earth and how everything on Earth operates. Like everything we know is from Earth, right? We look at all these things in the sky from Earth, right? And everything on Earth, nature has a system, right? Where the tree grows, then the water falls from the sky, and the tree drinks the water, and then the leaves fall, and the grass and the ground eats the leaves, right? There's some kind of a cycle, right, that goes on.
But the sun and the moon, what they are, speculation, man.
Right. So if everything else on Earth, this is a speculation, right? If everything else on Earth shows it needs a cycle of almost like consumption, right? Like, so what does the sun consume? So the sun must consume something. Yeah. So something is feeding the sun. Something has to be, if it's going to be like everything else in nature.
So what is it? Organic being with is that a big mouth? The black spots? What do you say consume? What is it? A little animal that eat?
The what? The black spots on the sun?
Yeah. Well, those the eyes and the mouth of this being that absorbs energy or something. What is it? I have no idea what you're trying to. I try to illustrate. Imagine what do you think the sun or the moon is? I'm trying to try to describe it as if one can visualize it. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm not trying to describe what it is, but I am speculating on how it works. And the way I'd imagine it works is like every other thing in nature that needs to be it needs a give and take, like a yin and a yang, right? Like the bees, the flowers, everything in nature.
I see the yin and yang, but that has nothing to do with. I mean,
how does so you got to look at how nature works, right?
Well, we are born, we exist, and then we die. That's how nature works.
Oh, okay. You say so. Yeah. That's all of nature right there, wrapped up. Nice little bow, live, die, done. Yeah. So,
humans are part of nature. Just saying.
All right. Very
That's my nature. That's my nature. I was born. I live. I learn whatever. I do whatever I do as I am alive, and then we die. That's nature, because if there was no nature, if you weren't alive, I mean, if there's no life, how is nature? How is what is nature then? Whatever.
Yeah. So during your life, you consume, right? So during your life, you consume and you excrete, right? So like whatever you consume is actually another living thing's what they excreted.
Now imagine the sun as a big being. Now imagine the sun as this big being that is just about to die or gonna die. When do you think that's gonna happen? As a being like me that is born, we don't know when it was born. Maybe somebody witnessed that.
Well, how would it be born? It has to be born the way everything. Or is it born differently, or is it born the way everything else is born?
I'm trying to imagine what you're explaining.
Yeah. Yeah. So like I said, throughout your life, you consume different things, right? And you consume apples, right? But the tree, it doesn't consume apples. The tree is getting rid of apples. It doesn't want apples, right? That's trash to the tree. So it drops its apples, and you pick it up and you consume it, right?
Is there an end to the sun? Do you think is there an end to the sun? Because if not, then you cannot say it's like like us, like we just here and exist. But the sun, if you say the sun is I forgot the words. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'll come up with it.
Can I just ask something? No tax. What's heavier, a ton of bricks or a ton of feathers?
What is it? What are you saying?
I just asked you, what's heavier, a ton of bricks or a ton of feathers?
A ton is a ton.
There you go.
Thank God you at least have that level of intelligence.
So everything consumes, right? Everything consumes, including the sun. The sun consumes. Is the sun a physical object? Is it a supernatural, a mystical, whatever it is? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What is the sun?
Right, yeah.
A reflection of what? Where does it come from? What is it?
Yeah, you and everybody else are trying to figure out what it is. But what I'm telling you to do, right? Not an order, and it's not that you must do it. But why not try looking at the sun as something in nature, acting just how everything else in nature behaves?
And not having curiosity on the mechanism, on the physicality, if there has one, how it works. Because you say nobody. That's what we're trying to figure out. Maybe you and your group of other this globe skeptics, but not us as the population, as the normal people. We're not looking into that because we all accept what is presented as for all the measurements, the data that can be done even by ourselves, because it's us who did the measurement, the humans, the smart ones, and they keep growing and they keep doing all this stuff. So we're not looking for what is that. I'm asking you what you think it is.
What you're telling me is
what we think it is.
You would tell me it's nuclear fusion. That's never been proven and never been shown, right? So why would you believe in it?
So what is it if it's not? If that's the best explanation, if that's what works, is that
your explanation that you say that works that you have no example of? Don't you have a problem with that?
I don't personally, but thousands, maybe millions of people that have answer for this. They know about it. I mean, if that's what they say the sun is, they must have data because nobody pulls anything of their asses in science and in reality where we live in.
They're just speculating on why. The same question that you asked. Why is it not going out yet?
And then they give an answer. Is that answer a made up bullshit, or is it something that they have tested and taken measurement and taken data of?
No, it's just made up. Yeah,
that's your mistake right there. I rest my case. Yeah. Everything is backed up with data and evidence. If you don't believe it, well, that's it. I'm done because I got nothing for you. You can keep denying all day, but I got no further questions, Your Honor. Boom.
Yeah. I've just got to say, no thanks.
Nuclear fusion.
No thanks. Okay.
All right. Well, I rest my case. Jose just proved himself wrong.
You can rest a case and let me ask you a question.
I didn't repeat the words of what you say. You say the sun is this and that. I say whatever they say the sun is
what it is.
Tested and the data all contained. Yeah, exactly. Whatever it is, whatever we are told it is, because it have been the information and all the knowledge have been gathered. I accept that because it's the only explanation. Unless you can tell me it's something else. Go ahead. What is
You're saying faith. You have faith. I hear you. You have a faith-based belief in the sun.
In the data provided in all the research.
You have faith that there even is data. What's the data that you're talking about? What is the sun?
That's a you problem, bro.
I guess so. I mean, what is the sun again? I must have missed that part.
I'm trying to figure out.
You don't know what the sun is.
Trying to figure out.
I don't know what the
ball
sun
of plasma. Okay.
There we go.
Made by nuclear fission. It gives off photons, and that's what gives us life on this planet. Without it, we'd have no life, no nature on this planet.
Can you show me a photon? Can you show me nuclear fusion?
Yes, we can show you a photon.
Let me see a little
scientific pictures of photons hitting other atoms and exposing themselves as photons. This is how
I rest my case.
This is why we, built the fucking, the big ring in fucking Europe to smash fucking photons together and see what happens when these things smash into each other. I don't know if you know anything about physics, but let me ask you. You say photons don't exist, okay, and you don't believe in, nuclear fucking, fission and all that, right?
I'm saying you have never seen a photon and you don't believe in nuclear fusion because you've never seen it.
That's a genetic fallacy, I believe. Am I correct in that?
If you were to listen to me, what the hell do you think ended the fucking Second World War in Japan when we bombed fucking, Hiroshima and Nagasaki? You know what I mean? With fucking bombs that gave off fusion and fission fucking, and destroyed that country, you know what I mean? And then
there was only one man.
You know what I mean? What the hell do you think we were doing when we dropped those bombs that we had spent fucking decades fucking experimenting on?
Yeah, so only one man was allowed to photograph Hiroshima after the bomb was dropped. One man. Others were anybody else who tried to take a
that's all
photograph
the
was thrown
shit
in
as
jail.
well.
You can go look it up. His name is clearly printed on the photographs, and you can go look it up. One man was allowed to take these photos, and you'll find that the people were up and running, up and moving. Shops were open, flowers were growing from the ground. Only a week or two after the bomb was dropped.
No,
so I don't know what they dropped.
No, there's hundreds of people took photographs of those bombings. There's dozens there's dozens of news agencies went in there, but they had to be very, very careful because it was fucking radiation, and that's why there's so few photographs. But most of them, if you look, there's dozens of photographs from different people. You say only one person. Give me your source of only one person photographing that.
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia?
Hey, where's the source that Wikipedia used?
Wikipedia is right off of fuck.
I mean, his name atomicphotographers.com. How about theworld.org? How about petapixel.com? Any of them will tell you that one man, Hashito Matashuji, I'm not a Japanese dude, I don't know how to say these names, was the one and only person allowed to take photographs, and anybody else was thrown in jail.
Fine. Let's see citation.
Okay.
Maybe by his government standards, possibly.
Well, how about the British national fucking records of the Second World War? And there's dozens of fucking photographers and stuff, just in Britain and Australia. And you
think they're dropping? You think they're dropping little baby sons on people? Is that what you're saying?
This is people who went there after it was dropped and photographed it, and you're saying only one person? Fuck off.
Listen, again, I mean, I can go back through the websites that will tell you what I'm telling you, but you won't believe it. So just ask your friend Google, and Google will tell you. I mean, they don't hide everything.
You said Wikipedia, not Google.
Guys. The chap he's quoting, they're the only known photos from Hiroshima taken on that day.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's not, you're saying he's the only person who was allowed to take photos. You're talking bollocks.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Like, somebody took a photo yesterday. Is that what you mean? So, therefore, I'm telling a lie?
What do you mean is the first
That's
person?
what you were stating.
Yeah.
You said
Like,
the
there's people-
only person allowed to take photos. Your words.
Yep. Right. So, So, yesterday, I mean, somebody who's living there hanging out, they just posted on Instagram. So, I mean, I guess I am a liar.
Sorry, mate. I've just read
you're saying is only one person could do it when
Hold on.
actually
You gotta take it easy,
multiple
Ters.
people-
You cannot rush through it like that either, Ters, man. That disrupts everything, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I think about the pictures in the event that took place, either the dropping or the bombing or the days after of the event. Maybe there were pictures. I don't know, but I don't. What was that in the fall? A lot of how many people had cameras in the whole area? Either they were alert, they were able to grab the cameras and take pictures. Who knows? Who in the fuck knows?
Well, plenty of people when they were thrown in jail. Like I just said, they were thrown in jail.
Well,
evidence citation.
Again, citation needed on that.
Citation, please. Yeah.
Wikipedia.
Citation, please. You gotta provide
citation
that.
from Wikipedia.
I'm not gonna go down a rabbit hole of trying to cherry pick. I'm not gonna go down. No thanks. I'm not gonna go down a cherry picking.
Anyway.
Fucking
it's dumb
bullshit.
Well, I mean, he asked for proof that there was of nuclear fusion, right? I mean, and then that was his proof, where one guy was allowed to take photos of something.
Well, that's your claim.
He wasn't allowed to.
Yeah,
he's the only guy who took photos on the day.
Yeah, and I want to
It's
say,
not a matter of being allowed.
Chike, it was fun in the. I mean, no thanks. It was fun in the beginning. It was nice. It was a change. It was annoying. But now it's just, I just cannot take it anymore. You got to stop the bullshit on what, if you want to repeat on what we say, if you want to repeat the stuff that is not being spoken about, I mean, you got to take it easy, bro. You got to stop being, you got to start being a little more genuine person, man.
Yeah, so given that the cameras were not that common that day, not everyone held a camera, and given that those in that city had an atom bomb dropped on their head, and taking photos was not their first priority, then yes, it makes sense that it's only one guy who took photos.
Okay. I mean, if that's the justification, all right.
I'll drop an atom bomb on you and see if that's on your mind, just to take a selfie.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, people probably would. Yeah, nowadays.
Yeah, sure. Nowadays you think so?
But we're talking 1944.
When they banned from the bomb, right? They have bans, and I don't know, maybe they don't feel so well, and the first thing that comes into their mind is let's take a selfie.
A lot of the photographs taken from the bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, two fucking cities, miles apart, weren't taken by the one person who is allowed to photograph. They were taken by people who were on the ground, sometimes weeks or months after the bombs were dropped. And a lot of these people were only allowed to be there like a certain amount of hours before they had to come out because it was irradiated and they didn't want to get cancer. So a lot of these photographs were taken by people who were only there for a day and then got out of there. You know what I mean? They weren't taken by one person jumping between two cities and the only person to take photographs. I'm sorry, you're wrong.
I know it sounds ridiculous. I understand. Right. I understand how ridiculous it sounds.
Well, why are you lying, man?
Yeah. So why am I not believing it now? Right. That's what. So once you research it,
I said why are you lying? You said there was one man allowed to take photos on that day. He wasn't allowed. He happened to survive it and had a camera to hand.
No, he was allowed. He was working for a news agency. Well, he didn't. He wasn't.
Go ahead, find us
Okay,
the
guys.
citation.
Okay. Yeah, can everybody
Honestly,
shut the fuck up? Sorry. Can everybody shut the
we're
fuck up?
talking about the sun, and now we're talking about this.
I think I'm muted. I don't think I do it again.
I hear you, Jose.
Okay, thank you. Now, some of the right here, Mr. Masumoto, photojournalist, who died in 2004, Mr. Masumoto, is among dozens of photographers who were witness after the bombing. So there were dozens of photographers. What happened with them? Well, some of their images were banned until 1952, and they were eventually exhibited in museums and other venues around. And we're gonna share some of those images. I'm gonna like full screen so we can see a little better. This is some of the images that were banned in the time that it happened, and then they were released to bigger venues like museums and stuff. And now they are available among a few dozens photographers, no hundreds, no thousands. It was the 40s. Remember, there were just a few dozen photographers and a handful of people that could photograph. This is sad, but I'm just showing quickly just to stop the argument that there were only one picture. It is not true. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I'll share this link with the audience, and you guys can watch it. Take your time.
Thank you. So Yoshido, how do you say his last name, Jose?
Yeah, I hope you're not gonna repeat that this is the only person, because now we know that he's not. I just show you a few dozen pictures. All right. So please be careful with what you say, because you will be muted if you say the incorrect thing. Go ahead.
You just then server mute me, and you'll have a nice little echo chamber.
Go ahead.
Yeah, do what you got to do.
You want to say what you got to say? Go ahead. Yeah.
Do what you got to do, bud. But so just like, I mean, from your own words, if you say I'm lying again, you cited was the only one allowed. Did you not?
No.
What are all these photos? No, he didn't say he was the only one allowed. No.
Okay.
Mr. Masamoto, a photojournalist of the Asahi Shimbun newspaper, who died in 2004, is among dozens of photographers who bore witness after the bombing, which forced Japan surrendered at the end and ended World War II. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't see the post. You said you're posting it?
I'm screen sharing. I can take it. I'll take a screenshot. There you go. I'll take a screenshot of that.
In the link.
There you go.
In the link I posted, it states that on the morning of August 6, 1945, a photographer roamed through the rubble of Hiroshima. His images were the only ones known to have been taken that day of people who had been exposed to the atomic blast, because, of course, that's the morning it happened. He happened to be there.
Yeah, I know. Those are tricky photos to share, so I'm just gonna share this. Boom.
Yeah, they some of them are quite
graphic.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
all right. So what you're saying was everybody. I mean, it's not that. So you want to reword it from being allowed to everyone else was banned.
He was allowed.
Right. It doesn't say the word.
said he was allowed.
You said he was allowed. Nobody else states
You
that.
said he
anyway.
was allowed.
No, you said it.
Right. Okay. So when I say, hey,
you
everyone
can't even
else
lie
is,
consistently.
all right. Well, here, let me try it out. Let me try it out. When I say to you, hey, nobody else is allowed to do this but me, is that me saying I'm the only one allowed to do it? But I didn't use the word like I'm allowed to do it.
Well, that's what you were saying.
Everybody was allowed to take pictures. There were dozens of photographers.
You
that
just
took
read it
pictures.
off to us saying that
You were
everybody else
asking
was
if it
banned.
was only government sanctioned to take pictures. Nobody else could. They were thrown in jail.
Yeah,
That's what you said.
Okay, was wrong.
That's
Yeah,
how allowed implies.
No, thanks.
Right,
Everything you said
allowed,
was wrong.
sanctioned, banned. Everyone else was banned. He was the only one sanctioned.
No,
And I'm saying he's the only one allowed.
Right there.
No,
Holy
the problem with lying,
Jesus
no
Christ.
tanks, is you have to
Oh, okay.
remember the lies you just spoke.
Right.
Oh, right. Remind me. Go ahead. What was it?
Well, you told us that this guy was the only one allowed to take photos, but you made that up.
Dozens of photographers who witnessed and took images, took pictures, photographs of it.
I'm reading your own citation. Everybody else was banned except for one until now.
No, it doesn't say that. Wait. It doesn't say that. So it says some of their images. Include including Mr. Matsumoto. It's not saying some of everybody else's but Matsumoto images. Some of their Matsumoto is among dozens of photographers, and some of their images were banned until further notice. That's it. It doesn't single him out at all, for fuck's sake.
Okay, so this one that says Yoshido was a Hiroshima survivor and the only photographer who was able to capture an immediate first-hand photograph.
Where are you reading that?
AtomicHeritage.org. I mean, are we just going to pretend that he wasn't the only one allowed?
Shared whatever you're reading, you got to share. So
He was the only one
we can
able to, implying
Yeah.
nobody else could take pictures because they're busy trying to survive and not die. Seriously.
An idiot.
Okay. Cool.
I mean,
When-
pictures anybody took afterwards were not released because of the horrific stuff they took pictures of.
Such a fucking silly argument.
Confirming with more research.
America didn't want to
dig deeper. I should actually delete it so you dig deeper till you find what.
I'm not gonna look into this shit. I mean, I already proved you wrong. It's so easy. That's it. All right, guys. Everybody, please, everybody, rest, chill out. Blue Marble, you're gonna say something. Then we're gonna wrap it up after that.
Yeah, wrap it up then. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, today you can see all of the photographs that were taken on that day and in the aftermath of it. But in that period immediately after the war, a lot of those images are so brutal and so gruesome, they were suppressed. And you can argue that was a bad thing for the government to do, but they did it for good reason. They didn't want a whole outcry about the brutality of using one of those weapons.
Right.
And that was
right. So Blue is agreeing with me, not disagreeing. But go ahead.
Oh my God. Well, I don't know if I'm agreeing or disagreeing. I don't know what your point is or what position.
My point is that they suppressed all images except for the one from the guy.
Oh my God.
They
certainly suppressed some images. No question about that. It's part of the historical record. But that's not true today. It all got released. All of it is available now. You can look at any of it. That was in the immediate aftermath of the war. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think the U.S. government had probably good reason not to want to try to diminish the fact that those two damn bombs ended that war a lot sooner than it would have ended if we had invaded the main island of Japan.
Yeah. So are those little suns like Tur said earlier? They dropped little suns. Nuclear fusion was proven.
No, what the hell?
Let me straighten that out too. What Tur's got something slightly wrong with that. What those bombs are fission bombs, not fusion bombs.
Yeah.
Those were nuclear fission bombs. The uranium one was plutonium. We didn't have a fusion bomb for a few years after that. Now we have nuclear fusion bombs, a thermonuclear bomb. It has it has two components. It is a fission bomb that starts the reaction to begin with, then nuclear fusion, which forces the fission reaction to continue for a much longer time. That's what makes them so much more powerful.
Yep.
We went from what we called nuclear bombs to hydrogen bombs, which was a different thing.
All right, this conversation is never gonna end if we keep going. So I gotta wrap it up. I really gotta get out of here.
Yeah,
now.
Jose. Yeah, we've been on for a while. Yeah.
Thurs, thank you for the 21, almost $22. Thurs sent me. Thank you very much for that, man.
You're fucking welcome, mate. You know what I mean? I love you.
Yeah, man. Good looking out. I really do. All right, let's do a round of final thoughts. We're gonna go alphabetical order, ascending order. So we're gonna do a round of final thoughts while one person speaks their final thoughts. Nobody interrupt, please, even if you disagree, or you've been addressed in their statement. Final thoughts. We begin with Turs going up. Turs, final thoughts.
Give me first up, man. Oh fucking hell, right? Okay, so I'm able to give you money because I'm not rich, but I've got a little bit of expenditure that I don't need, right? My mum's been in hospital for 6 weeks. I go up there every 2 days. It costs me £22. I don't know what that is in dollars. Every 2 days to go and visit my mum. And I think if I can do that to visit my mum and look after her, and I love your fucking, your shit, what you do here, I can afford to give you a few fucking quid. So that's my whole fucking, spiel. I love what you do. Never stop doing it, Jose. Never stop. Okay?
Thank you, Turs. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Glad that I can provide a place for people to come in and hang out. Appreciate it, brother. All right, next we got Sean Bro Smith. I don't know how busy you are, but you got final thoughts for us? Message for the audience? Anything?
Yeah, if you can hear me.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to say I really appreciate the conversation today. I thought it was fantastic, and the reason why they held so many images was because, one, they didn't want all of the information getting out about the nuclear weapons, and two, because it was so horrific that they destroyed an entire city, that they didn't want that to diminish what they accomplished with ending the war with it. So, yeah, like and subscribe, people, and, as usual, the earth is beautiful.
Thank you very much, Sean Smith. Appreciate it, brother. Good to see you. Good to hear you. Final thoughts by Marcus Dresden. Give Jose JG your money. I like those final thoughts, Marcus Dresden. No thanks. Final thoughts.
Yeah, listen, I appreciate it, Jose. Usually you're, one of the most neutral Globe hosts, so I do come on the show because you pretty much, usually you hold it together pretty well. And I appreciate that, man. But yeah, no, there's some things to talk about. There's the issue is that what convinces some on a lot of these issues doesn't convince others, and it's really not. It shouldn't, the being able to measure from the center of Earth, as we talked about earlier, bombs being dropped that were not confirmed on site, but 10, 20, 30 years later, it's just not good enough for some people, and it shouldn't be. And you should investigate all of these subjects further, but I appreciate you having a platform for it. Yep.
Thank you very much. No thanks. Appreciate it. Big shout out, Glover Mom, for the super chat. You didn't have to, but hey, I'll take it. Big $5 by Glover Mom for letting me hang out in this voice chat and to clip out the part where Brian and I had our little heated discussion. Hails to the to Glover Mom and anybody else. If you want to use any of the clips or any of the shows, anything from this channel, everybody's welcome to this. So just throw in the comment section or in the description box a link to hey, find the original here, and I'm good to go. Everybody's welcome. Glover Mom, thank you for the $5 and your final thoughts.
Just keep an open mind. Don't be closed to anything, but don't take everything at face value. research, don't believe, no, and yeah, live in reality and not fantasy. My final thoughts.
Thank you very much, Glover. And to everybody, I mentioned this a little while ago that the range for YouTube is got a special feature that you can click on people's names and you can go to their channel. Like it used to be on YouTube, then they took that away. You couldn't go to any channels at any point a year or two ago, right? A year ago, they took that away. And now they giving us back that option a little while ago where if you are blue ranged, you can click on people's names and in the three dots and open their channel. So if anybody got content or want to share something, please support each other, support content creators. Goes to everybody. Gary Waibenga, final thoughts, if you got some.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to way earlier in the show when B-Ball complains about talking about horizons. That's because horizons kill the globe. Horizons are simply optical limits, have nothing to do with curvature. The globie is just not able to understand that there are other options besides a curve that make things become unresolvable bottom first. They can't imagine it in their brain. They can't figure out angles. They think they know everything, but they don't. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Gary Waibenga. Appreciate you coming in. Now we go to Farmer's Boy, the house. Final.
Well, that was entertaining. I think you had a little bit of everything in there. We've had a fine example of a flirt shooting himself in the foot with his citation. I'll just read the first sentence of his citation for this photographer. Yoshito Matsushige was a Hiroshima survivor and the only photographer who's able to capture an immediate first-hand photographic historical account of the destruction of the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. He was there. He was 1.7 miles from ground zero. So there you go. It's not that he was the only one who was allowed. He just happened to be the only one who was there with a camera, and he managed to get 5 photographs in the end. He rinsed his photographs in a radioactive stream 20 days after the event. So there you go. Thank you very much. It's been very entertaining and has helped keep my mind off things, and I appreciate that. So cheers.
Very cool, Farmer's Boy. Thank you for coming in. Stay strong, brother. Yeah, life goes on, you know. Yeah, we are next.
Certainly does.
We are the next generation, so we gotta look out for that, you know. It is what it is, man.
Oh, bloody hell, yeah.
I'm telling you, man.
Fair enough.
All right. Yeah, thank you again. Drink of Kool-Aid. Final thoughts.
I thought it was very interesting that when asked to provide a citation, first of all, when I asked him to provide the citation about the elevation change, he refused to do it. And then when he did provide a citation referencing the Hiroshima bombings, not only did it disagree with his own statement, he then deleted it saying, oh, you need to do more research. It was a very illuminating path, at least for those of us who cared to watch. Thank you, Jose. Love your channel. Love the content. Keep it up.
Thank you very much. I very, very appreciate it. And we got a super chat in the house by Ben the Light for $10. That's a big one, Ben. Thank you very much, man, for the tenner. Glover Mom telling Brian to hush was the highlight of the show. Great show as always, Jose.
Well, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, man.
It needed to be done.
All right. We got who is coming up next is Doofus Manfred. Your final thoughts, man.
I'll just add to what Glover Mommy said earlier. Do the research, but don't just stop at what sounds best to you or what your feelings say is the best way to look at it. Give everything a fair shake. Actually try to work it out, and you'll find out what ends up working. Ends up being the globe anyway. But working it out is part of the fun, doing some learning in the process. And it is interesting. The usual script for Flat Earth from Flat Earthers is don't make a claim. Just try to tear apart the globe by asking for evidence and then denying it as soon as it's presented, which is what No Tanks did most of the time. And then as soon as he accidentally made a claim off script and asked for citations regarding that information and the data that he's basing his position off of, he doesn't have that. So just note that this is the way that Flat Earth is these days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doofus. Very appreciated. Always participation. It's always fun. Citizen 9, you got final thoughts for us? I haven't seen you here. C4, you got final thoughts for us? Nice to see you here. Chike, final thoughts.
Yeah, this began as a shit show to my liking, and then went a bit mild, but still, do your research, ask Google, and all this nonsense stuff that we hear from Flat Earthers. Good show, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chike. I appreciate it, bro. Always the same. Good to hear you. Enjoy your poking on people and picking people around and pissing them off in the channels. I know it's not your intention. You're just talking, giving information, but some people get just pissed off by your presence. And sometimes I just watch this stuff because you're there and it's funny. Funny stuff, bro. All right. And Blue Marble Science in the house. Final thoughts, Blue?
Yeah, thanks, Jose. Good show today. If you think nuclear fusion is not a thing, you got a problem. And oh, by the way, the Earth isn't flat. Get over it. See you later, Jose.
See you later, Blue. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. To everybody watching in YouTube, don't forget to leave a like. Visit the show when it's up on YouTube and rendered, and leave a comment in the comment section. It's always fun to see that. To everybody over here on Discord, you can stay as long as you want in the voice, but the Daily Boom Uncensored text chat, I'm gonna close it until the next live show. We can move to the daily nonsense. So keep that in mind. I'm gonna just put it on private for now, just in case I have some situation that some random things slip out and I cannot watch all the time. I just don't want to take any chances. In the daily nonsense, that's, it's an adult version, so if anything happens, at least it's more controllable. Thank you, everybody, for your super chats, PayPals, and just thank you for participating in voice chat, and thank you for jumping on the YouTube chat box. Two different animals. The chat box is always fun. That's why I'm not 100% in the discussion, and I forget terms, the words. I understand half of the things that is being spoken because I'm looking at the animal, which is the YouTube chat box. So I'm sorry. Hey, it is what it is. Thank you very much, everybody. Jose J out. Boom.